Could you move up the slide? Okay. So here, some login information. Most of you probably have already logged in. And just please note your surroundings, be aware of any emergency exits in case the need arises, and please try to maintain proper ergonomic. All right, next slide. Okay, so all attendees are automatically muted. If you would like to speak or ask a question, there are two options. You'll see that there are two places you can enter a chat. One is the Q&A and one is the chat. We ask that you use the Q&A to ask questions. You can also raise your hand if you would like to ask a question verbally. You can click on the participant list, and then you'll see a little hand that you can click on to raise your hand. After you ask your question, or if we're unable to get to you, since we do have a very packed agenda today, please click on the hand again to lower it so that we know who still has a question they would like to ask. All right, a few ground rules. We're trying to stimulate an honest dialogue and engage different perspectives, so please keep your comments friendly and respectful. Please only use the Q&A to ask questions, or if you have technical issues, and keep sidebar conversations to a minimum. All right, we have quite a full agenda this morning. We'll start off with opening remarks from the commissioners from the reorganizations, giving an overview of the issues of capacity evaluation for behind the meter resources and obstacles and opportunities. Then we'll look at the issue from a supply side lens, then move over to a load modifying demand response perspective. After each of the panels, there'll be an opportunity for the principals first to ask questions, and then as time allows for other attendees. We apologize in advance, the time is limited and we may not be able to accommodate all questions. Then after lunch, we have a panel of stakeholders who will respond to what was said in the morning and give their perspectives, followed by another round of questions and any other questions and comments if there's remaining time in the day. So we'll now hand it over to Commissioner Leanne Randall from CPUC to kick things off.
All right, thank you, Simone. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our joint agency workshop. As Simone mentioned, we're holding this workshop to discuss the potential for counting behind the meter resources in the CPUC's Resource Adequacy Program. We expressed our commitment to exploring this possibility in our recent decision on Track 2 issues in the Commission's Resource Adequacy proceeding, and we need to unpack the many challenges that would need to be addressed before we can do that counting. So I want to thank my colleagues, Commissioner McAllister of the CEC, Chair Angelina Galateva from the ISO, and Mark Rothleader from the ISO as well, and of course my fellow CPUC commissioners Cliff Rexhoffman and Genevieve Sharoma. I really appreciate everyone joining us today to talk about these issues. So I wanted to start out and frame today's workshop by talking about the kind of questions we hope to get some insight into today. Is there potential for exports from hybrid behind-the-meter solar and storage resources or standalone behind-the-meter storage resources to provide resource adequacy capacity, as I mentioned? What compensation mechanisms currently exist to capture this value, and is the value fully captured with those mechanisms? And how could regulatory mechanisms be developed to capture increased value? And what should the requirements be for those resources to ensure resource adequacy program integrity? In terms of our current landscape, load modifying behind the meter resources are credited for avoiding resource adequacy through the load forecasting process. Load serving entities can utilize behind the meter storage to flatten their demand curve, which in turn reduces their resource adequacy requirement, thus avoiding RA payment. However, a distinct capacity value is not currently awarded to any particular behind the meter storage resources, nor any other load modifying resources. The impact of these resources is reflected in the load serving entity's aggregate load profile and the load forecast that determine the RA requirements, as I mentioned before. Alternatively, behind the meter resources can participate as demand response resources. And they can participate in other load modifying DR programs, such as time of use or critical peak pricing. Behind the meter resources that participate as supply side DR resources can participate in CAISO markets via one of the 3 market models or products available at CAISO. Various proxy demand resource and reliability demand resource products, distributed energy resource providers, and as a non-generating resource. I do want to note that customers who install behind the meter energy storage plus solar devices currently can receive monetary incentives or bill savings through participating in CPUC directed programs, tariffs, and rate options. Energy Division has developed a fact sheet that has been distributed with the workshop materials containing more information about those opportunities. And we have Tori Francisco, the Commission Supervisor for the Customer Generation section, available to answer any questions on those current incentives. So our goal here is to explore whether these existing models are adequate in terms of counting these resources, or if there are changes that should be considered. Our recent RA decision noted several of the challenges that we have to confront in providing resource adequacy credit and payments to export from these resources, regardless of which regulatory path is taken. There are issues specific to each regulatory path that will also be discussed in the specific portion of the workshop. First, there's the issue of incrementality. Behind the meter resources that have been furthered by CPUC programs like NEM and the Self-Generation Incentive Program are incorporated by the CEC into the load forecast. So in order to prevent double counting, we're going to need to find a way to tease out dispatches that would have occurred anyway, and include those in the baseline forecast in order to capture the additional RA benefit. In the future, the CPUC may review the compensation structure of these programs in order to assess the capacity value of these resources and the benefits they provide, and may choose to adjust those incentives accordingly. Another challenge will be developing the proper verification requirements. In front of the meter resources are studied by CAISO to ensure that their energy is at peak times. Behind the meter resources have historically been counted as DR, which may not export. That is, they can only reduce the customer's load. Without similar study, we will need to be able to ensure that there is confidence that behind the meter resources will be deliverable during peak hours. So we need to explore what necessary program requirements might be. And there are accountability and performance challenges that need to be addressed. Currently, behind the meter resources act as demand response in the IOU programs and in the demand response auction mechanism program, and have testing, verification, bidding, and performance requirements. Behind the meter resources outside those programs do not have similar requirements. So we need to consider whether it is appropriate to establish those performance requirements. In the past, we've used RA credits to account for RADR resources. However, we have to address how we will be analyzing those credits going forward and how those will be accepted by CAISO. So that's another component we have to consider as part of this process. There are also some challenges that are particular to local resource adequacy. While we want to incent local RA resources to reduce those local requirements, we need to think about how to address the benefits of avoided transmission costs And assuming that the behind-the-meter storage export resource adequacy product is not exclusively available to customers in local areas, then there'll need to be a distinction between customers who are in or out of local areas, and we would need to figure out how to incorporate that into the administration of the program. Despite that laundry list of concerns, I am hopeful that us gathering to discuss these issues were thoughtful and creative solution. It is very clear that there is a high amount of customer interest in installing these behind-the-meter resources, and we really want to make sure that we can take full advantage of their capabilities and opportunities to provide the full value that will incent the development of these resources. So I'm going to turn it over to Simon Baker from the CPUC's Energy Division for a brief kind of table setting presentation. And then we will go to the other principals, Commissioner McAllister, Chair Galateva, and Mark Rothleader to share their perspectives. Thank you, and I look forward to the discussion.
Hi, good morning, everyone, and thank you for being here. I'm Simon Baker with Energy Division, and CPUC staff, principally the resource adequacy and demand response teams, have been collaborating pretty extensively these past months with our colleagues at the California Energy Commission and the Independent System Operator to prepare for today's workshop. And we thought it would be useful to frame some of the complex issues that are before us here today in as simple a way as possible through a slide that I'm going to be presenting here that hopefully will help to contextualize the topics of the day. The agenda for the day is structured around the pathways that are described in this slide here. So it really begins in this blue box at the top here, where demand response resources have been defined by the CPUC in a number of decisions, and principally two decisions, one in 2014, which was the big demand response bifurcation decision, which divided up demand response programs into CAISO market integrated programs and those that are not integrated into CAISO markets. And then there was a 2015 decision as well. Excuse me, there is a typo on this slide. It's meant to say 15-11-042 down there in the notes. That decision provided even further definition, particularly around one of the pathways which we'll be talking about here today. Later on in the agenda, we'll be hearing from Alok Gupta, who will describe some of those decisions in more depth. So these two decisions, they establish these two pathways. One is the supply side demand response, which is defined as event-based, as seen as path A on this slide. The second is load modifying demand response, defined as non-event based. And you see that here as path B on the slide. Could you please advance the animation so we can see the next box, please? Thank you. So the behind-the-meter storage and solar industry that we'll be hearing from today, later on in the stakeholder panel, has been advocating to have capacity value for those resources be considered in our frameworks for the exports that those resources can provide. Now, the independent system operator established pathway A1, which you see kind of down here in the bottom left-hand corner of the slide, for these exporting distributed energy resources. And these resources are interconnected under a FERC jurisdictional CAISO tariff. Among the market participation models that the CAISO has established for those resources are the non-generator resource and the distributed energy resource provider models, which we'll be hearing about in more detail from the CAISO's presentation. And then the CAISO and the CPUC developed a second supply side pathway, which is illustrated here as pathway A2. And these were set up for non-exporting distributed energy resources measured at the customer meter. Now, these are interconnected under a utility interconnection tariff that's PUC jurisdictional, the Rule 21 tariff. And among the examples there are the reliability demand response resource, the emergency triggered DR, the economically triggered proxy demand resource, and then a different flavor of PDR, the load shift resource as well. Now, the DER industry contends that these two pathways A1 and A2, have some limitations to them. And I think we'll be hearing from the CAISO as well as to why those have been set up the way that they are and some of the design considerations that are in there. The industry has been advocating for changes to pathways A1 and A2. And so hopefully we'll be hearing from them today about that. And also they've been advocating as well for the establishment of a new potential pathway, this pathway C that you see here, the line in red. So the key questions for the day, to kind of boil it down, is that from the DER industry perspective, we understand that they see challenges in using the existing pathways and the available CAISO products. And so we want to hear from that perspective and understand that more deeply. And then the second question is, what would it take for the industry to use these existing pathways? And that's both in terms of how would their business models need to adapt to the existing pathways, and what does that mean from a commercial standpoint? And also potentially, if the industry has suggestions for changes to those pathways, what would those be? And then thirdly, if this event-based load modifying demand response pathway, this pathway C, were to be explored, what would the issues need to be considered and resolved in order for that to be workable? So that's basically the framework that we're going to be working with here today, and we hope that that was helpful for everyone.
Great. So I will just jump in if that's okay, Commissioner Randolph.
Yes, absolutely.
Great. Okay. Confirm that you can hear me. So thanks a lot, Commissioner Randolph, and all of my colleagues across the three agencies. Looking forward to today, acknowledging all the work that's gone into this. As Simon detailed, there's been a lot of high-level staff interaction across the agencies to prepare for today, and I think it really does reflect the fact that we're collectively trying to listen to the stakeholders, lots of knowledge and experience in California on these issues, and trying to figure out pathways forward. And so just again, wanted to thank Commissioner Randolph for your leadership on this, and all the stakeholders and attendees here today. So broadly speaking, I know that the conversation today is really about RA and trying to be innovative in terms of how we adapt and mold to the current realities, both out there in technology in the marketplace, and also trying to update our approaches, our programmatic approaches. So very timely. Broadly, the CEC is doing a lot to enable load flexibility as a resource and to support DERs generally, distributed energy resources generally. And these efforts do complement what the PUC is doing, and obviously in the forecasting realm and other realms, we collaborate very closely across the three agencies together with the CAISO and the PUC. But just to list a few initiatives here, load flexibility is really becoming, it's coming into its own, I think, as a resource for achieving multiple goals. And so we've got Assembly Bill 49 that gives us new authority at the Energy Commission to develop load flexibility functionalities in our appliance stock across the state. And this is really interesting. It's not subject to federal preemption like our efficiency standards would be. So it's actually quite a new thing, and opening up new pathways for resources that can be very cost effective and drive, enable the conversation today, really enable getting to scale with load flexibility. Load management standards, working hard on that. Folks will be seeing some products from that in the next couple months. But getting started with the idea that communication from the system all the way down to including the device level behind the meter, putting in place those platforms and infrastructure for communication is really important to enable much of what we're talking about today. So we see that as an enabler for opening up the path and really scaling these certainly load flexibility, but other behind the meter resources that we're talking about today. So really a mechanism for getting there at scale. The building code itself, we're including functions that have to do with load flexibility at the building level as something that either is required or strongly encouraged in the code itself. We're planning a number of deeper conversations about within the context of building decarbonization, trying to set the level for that conversation, describe building decarbonization in the AB 3232 report that's in the final throes of development at the Energy Commission, which you'll also be seeing, and extending that conversation in next year's integrated energy policy report. So putting in place, trying to have the conversations to put in place broad penetration, to enable broad penetration of the technologies that will enable flexibility at the distributed system level, the building level, and the behind the meter level. So my top level vision of all this is that regardless of the particular product or pathway, behind the meter resources, including load-based resources, are a key tool we now have to decarbonize our energy systems, manage overall costs, and keep reliability up. So those three things, we can't do, we can't reach our goals and not do all three of those things. We have to decarbonize, we have to keep costs down, and we have to enhance reliability. None of those are anything we can give up, obviously. So I think we all agree on that. That's doable. However we scale up these resources will be for the good. So let us be both intentional and circumspect about that as we rethink the RA program in light of the August heat wave challenges and our joint agency commitment to review and revise the RA program and develop other complementary efforts to get load-based and behind-the-meter resources to scale. So path C that Simon described is promising in that it can leverage communication and automation to provide dispatchability and accountability and visibility to the CAISO. And so I think that part of the question we want to unpack today is how routinely these resources or that pathway would be called. And that's perhaps somewhat TBD, but that's important to understand whether it's a load modified resource or an event-based resource or something that we can describe and rely upon going forward. And I think that's really the key point. I think our three agencies work together. We have different sort of briefs and mandates. So we have to make these resources functionally useful for the operation of the electric grid itself. And that's different from the way we've thought about, say, energy efficiency or even demand response, load modified demand response. The energy efficiency portfolio, for example, has certainly been subject to EM&V, to evaluation and monitoring and verification, but not in the way that's really fully relevant vis-a-vis operation of the electric system itself in real time, what the electrons are going to do in the moment. And so the modernization of program approaches that really push technology out there into the marketplace really needs to needs to embrace those kinds of functionalities. So, all the stakeholders here, from the CAISO through to all the service providers, DR providers, the equipment manufacturers that are going to produce the devices that we will depend upon for distributed resources, certainly load flexibility resources. All those need to come together to unpack the issues and subject themselves to the rigor of that electric system set of requirements. So it's really within that envelope that I think there's a fair amount of give and take to be had. We may end up over time as we move forward in this discussion today and beyond into the IPER and all the platforms at the PUC and the Energy Commission and the CAISO. We may end up with new program approaches. But I don't want to get too far afield from today's topic. But obviously, we're aiming to design systems that harness the right aggregated resources in the right places at the right moments, compensates them fairly and competently. And so looking forward to digging into the issues today. And thanks again for everyone. Looks like we have really good participation and attendance. So again, I want to thank my colleagues and all the staff for putting this together, and let's get to it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner McAllister. I'll turn this over to Chair Mark Leader.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Thank you, Leanne, for organizing this. Thank you to the CPUC and the CEC for all the collaboration. We need to work together if we're going to be achieving California's ambitious decarbonization goals. And it looks like the grid is moving in that direction of incorporating and embracing behind the meter resources to be able to support our operations. The grid is continuously going to be becoming more distributed, diversified, decentralized, digitized, democratized, and consumers increasingly becoming prosumers as well, being able to incorporate more of the resources that we can harness behind the meter. As will be discussed in greater detail later in the panel, the CAISO already offers behind the meter resource opportunities to participate in the wholesale market through a variety of pathways. 1, as a demand response. 2, as a generating resource. And 3, as an aggregation of resources that can both reduce load and generate power. The CAISO has been a recognized industry leader both on the national and international scale for behind the meter participation. We encourage the proliferation of behind the meter technologies on a massive scale. For example, one of our successes where in September 17, 2020, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission FERC approved Order 2222, which removes barriers for distributed energy resources to participate in the wholesale market. In fact, much of what the FERC has ordered was modeled off the CAISO's Distributed Energy Resource Aggregation Framework, which was approved by the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission in 2016. So we're already having influence on setting the pace. In all cases, however, participation in the CAISO markets requires CAISO dispatch, oversight, and control. This is especially true for reliability services like ancillary services, where the CAISO requires specific telemetry. The CAISO would certainly like to see more distributed energy resources participation in the wholesale market. We need to ensure in all cases, however, that the resources are reliable and available when and where they are needed on the grid. The CAISO would also like to see greater flexibility in demand response using behind-the-meter resources that can help shift and shape load in response to grid operational needs. This may require more time and temporal variations and dynamic retail pricing opportunities. We are all stranded, as we saw last summer, with a very fat sitting duck. We need to make sure that we lean that duck to the extent that we can use behind-the-meter resources and ensure that it can run and in the future even fly. So very excited to be here, look forward to the discussions and making sure that we can harness the power of behind-the-meter resources to be integrated into a grid that is decarbonized, reliable, and resilient. And I'll turn it over to Mark for specifics. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Angelina. And thank you, Commissioner Randolph and the CPUC and the CEC for jointly hosting this important topic. As Governor Galitova noted, the ISO has pathways for behind-the-meter participation. Participants today are reflected as largely as demand response, but not as a generating and load drop aggregation. This is less due to technical barriers, but more because there seems to be a question of incentives, funding, and treatment and costs under interconnection rules and regulations. Though the ISO has developed the Distributed Energy Resource Aggregation Framework 4 years ago, there is no participation to date. From what the ISO understands, at least part of the reason for the program, is that the program targeted at the consumer level, such as net energy meter, for example, are more viable. Net energy meter example is more viable business model than the costs and responsibilities of actually participating as a wholesale market participant. But in the pursuit of a funding source, the ISO does not want to lose track of the core rationale for the resource adequacy program, which is there to ensure reliability. As we saw this summer, The resource adequacy fleet is our primary operational mechanism to ensure that there are sufficient resources to operate the grid. In other words, capacity that is part of the resource adequacy program must be available to the ISO when and where needed. The Cal ISO recognizes that there are multiple sources of funding for these resources, and we have to work at making sure we can identify different revenue streams to ensure retail rates are just and reasonable. We also recognize that interconnection and metering requirements and coordination with the utility distribution company is necessary to avoid layering costs and limiting access. What is crucial for the ISO, however, is that we develop an equitable and reliable capacity valuation for the behind-the-meter resources as modifying resources that can offset the need for resource adequacy, resource capacity. As the ISO encourages more distributed energy resources, we need to keep to the core principles of the resource adequacy program and be clear about the problem we are trying to solve. The Cal ISO has been at the forefront of integrating behind the meter to wholesale markets, but we need to ensure that these resources are able to respond to operational and system requirements on the grid today. This requires that they are visible to the ISO in the operational time space and can respond to both upward and downward dispatches. Finally, and importantly, we must incent greater demand flexibility through grid-informed time variant and dynamic retail price rate options beyond the time of use rate. Given the growing numbers of behind-the-meter devices, including electric vehicles, storage, smart appliances, smart thermostats, etc., we need to leverage the load shifting and the load shaping capability of these devices to help flatten the system net load curve and create more manageable and sustainable low carbon grid, and I should say also affordable. As Angelina said, we must make the sitting duck fly, and behind the meter resources can help us there. I look forward to the discussion today, and I really think the graphic that Simon started with is a good starting point in this discussion, and look forward to the continuing discussion on this topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. I just wanted to note that Commissioner Guzman-Aceves has also joined us at this workshop, so thank you for being here. We have a few more minutes before we head on to our next panel. So I just wanted to ask if any of my fellow principals would like to add anything more to our opening discussion before we start our first panel.
No, thank you, Commissioner Randolph. Not for me.
Commissioner Shiroma?
Yes, thank you. I never pass up a chance to say something. Okay, thank you, Commissioner Randolph, and to all. I'm the assigned commissioner to the microgrids and resiliency proceeding, and several parties have commented expressing interest in receiving capacity payments through the Resource Adequacy Program. It would provide an additional revenue stream for their behind-the-meter microgrids. That particular the statute that really oversees that program talks about no cost shifting. So I look forward to learning more. I appreciate the comments this morning from all, and I know that there are challenges and opportunities ahead. And thank you very much for the time today. Thank you, Commissioner Randolph.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Shiroma. Commissioner Guzman-Aceves.
I have nothing, but I'm very excited for the discussion and seeing how we can finally get some value out of these resources. Thank you.
All right. So I will turn it back over to Energy Division staff to introduce the next panel.
Thank you. Our next panelist is Jill Powers from the CAISO, who will be supply side.
Okay. This is Jill Powers. I am Infrastructure and Regulatory Policy Manager with the California ISO. And there was a lot of introduction as to the supply side and path options that the ISO has and the market participation models that are supported for behind the meter resources. I'm going to get into a little bit more detail and maybe expand a little bit on that overview. So if we go to the next slide, I just wanted to give you a little bit of idea of what the presentation is going to cover. We're going to do that review of those participation models, maybe get into some detail. Again, touch on the FERC Order 2222 and potential impact to these current models, as well as some of the DER aggregation challenges that we've heard and that we're aware of for wholesale market participation. As noted, we have no DER aggregations participating, so just briefly kind of identify what our thoughts are and what we're hearing from our participants. Also, some of the work, if we keep going back, some of the coordination we have done since implementing our DER provider provisions. And then just a final note on quick discussion on bottom-up approach to the provision of these DER services, something we're contemplating and thinking about in terms of a layered grid interoperability model that might avoid tier bypassing and maybe something that we're looking at in the future. Okay, so next slide, participation models. So the ISO participation models, the main point that I'd like to make is that they are technology neutral, and they really do focus and attempt to focus on what those supply side resource capabilities are and their ability to provide different types of wholesale services. There are the three major categories. One is the reduction of load. Again, the examples are the traditional load drop that we see with a variety of different type of demand response programs, as well as what has been indicated as storage-backed demand response. And we are seeing that participate under this type of reduction of load category. The second is in generates only. So we have models that are looking at just generation that's connected at transmission level, as well as we have participating generators that are interconnected at the distribution level, our early onset distributed energy resources. So we do have models that look to them as specifically generators. And then thirdly, we have another model that has been represented as non-generating resources. And these are the ones that are capabilities to both reduce load and to generate. As example, through storage resources. This is also something that we utilize in the aggregation of distributed energy resources. Next slide. So there are large differences in the interconnection processes that are related to these different types of categories. So the reduction of the load is very much less rigorous, less detailed as to the interconnection process for this type of participation model that is just reducing load. And I think it was mentioned under Rule 21, interconnection. This isn't something the ISO does not have an interconnection process for this. It just utilizes the utility interconnection process. But it does have even a less detailed process for our new resource implementation. And it utilizes a registration process instead of what we utilize for other types of categories, such as generators, and then the NGRs that reduce load and generate. And those do have the more detailed interconnection requirements and a more detailed interconnection process. For those that are distributed energy resources, there's a distribution level resource interconnection process that has to be followed. And then once that is completed, then it does enter into the ISO's new resource implementation process. That is a little bit more rigorous too, because it does require additional visibility, additional modeling, specific to these categories of resources. We can move on to the next. So this is the main section of my presentation, which is really to start comparing and contrasting with some detail these participation models that you've had an overview of and some of their attributes. So our demand response resource model, as indicated, has three different flavors: our proxy demand resource, as well as our reliability demand resource, which is dispatched only after a system warning. So this is more of the reliability demand response. And then thirdly, a new product that leverages the PDR model is the PDR load shift resource. In PDR, suppliers can aggregate multiple end customers to create a virtual supply resource. They may involve a variety of different types of behind the meter devices that are able to reduce load. It does also facilitate the use of behind the meter energy storage for the curtailment of load, but it does not account for the export of energy from those behind the meter generators. The non-generating resource was designed for resources that can seamlessly move between consuming and producing energy. Exampled energy storage, V2G. It does have a very sophisticated modeling capability, optimization with the state of charge, as well as recognizing the capabilities of these resources and their energy limits. And lastly, the distributed energy resource provider, which was established in 2016, again, created this pathway for small resources to be aggregated together, bundled by utilities or third parties, and to collectively meet the minimum size requirements for participation in the energy markets. It does act as similar to the demand response models, acts as a virtual resource in response to market dispatch. And again, this does accommodate in front of and behind the meter distributed energy resources. So in terms of market participation, there and within this table, I've kind of tried to highlight in bold some of the slight differences, and then in red, really the major differences between the different types of participation models. So the demand response, as you see, if we stay on the market participation level, is a non-24/7 participation model. So it doesn't recognize, and it will only recognize these resources when they're bid into the markets, and it will only settle based on dispatch of these resources. One of the other major differences with this type of resource is we've looked at the capabilities. So we've made some adjustments and we've expanded their dispatch options. Normally, and with the other participation models, 5-minute dispatch is the option, but we've expanded to allowing for 15-minute as well as 60-minute dispatch options for demand response. The three different resources all can provide day ahead and real-time energy, spinning and non-spinning reserve. The one difference is non-generating resources and the distributed energy resource aggregations can provide regulation up and down. In terms of the capacity and aggregation requirements, as mentioned, both the demand response and DER can participate in aggregate as a virtual resource. Aggregations are limited to being within a sublab. A non-generating resource cannot aggregate. So this is for a singular type of distributed energy resource. It could be in front of, it could be behind the meter, but it would have to meet the minimum size requirement, which in the case for NGR now is 100 kilowatts for both energy and ancillary service if served by an energy storage device. So that's the main difference in terms of the capacity requirements and the aggregation requirements for these three different type models. Slight variation with distributed energy resource providers because of the fact that it's aggregated and it's can be aggregated across multiple nodes. So there are some limitations with respect to size limitations on those aggregations. Okay, the next level. And which are some major differences. Now, with demand response, they are qualified and a qualified capacity methodology exists, as well as for a non-generating resource. But for a non-generating resource, there is the requirement to have a deliverability study. Now, if we look to what we have under our distributed energy resource provider provisions, there are no tariff rules in place right now. So at this point in time, they are not eligible to be the type of participation model that would qualify for RA. They basically, when we developed this, we did not, we moved forward with RA ineligibility because of the fact that a qualified capacity methodology does not exist. We recognize that it would require a deliverability study, as well as right now we have no specific tariff rules around the must offer obligation. So those are all the things that would need to be in place for this model to be utilized for RA. From a modeling perspective, it would just look like any other resource within the market. But these are what would need to be worked out, to be determined to actually utilize this for resource adequacy. And one of the other differences is for demand response for the DR program to be modified from the 24/7 must offer obligation, but that is with a stop my video. Okay, if we could move to the next.
Jill, we're missing a little bit. We were cutting in and out. If you want to maybe repeat the last couple sentences.
Okay. So the last one on RA eligibility, I've turned off my video per request because of this cutting on and off. So this, I outlined here the different RA eligibilities with the different market participation models, recognizing that demand response has RA eligibility because of qualified capacity methodology exists. Same with non-generating resources, but that does require a deliverability study. The big difference with RA eligibility is in distributed energy resource provider, the DER aggregations. Currently, we have no tariff rules around this eligibility, specifically because there does not exist a qualified capacity methodology. We specifically believe that this would require a deliverability study, and that becomes complex because these are located within the distribution system. We also have no tariff rules around the must offer obligation currently. However, the ISO believes that the standard rules may apply once we move in the path of determining how this type of DER aggregation in front of or behind the meter could obtain a qualified capacity. So main differences in terms of RA eligibility and the must offer obligation between these participation model. Okay, hopefully this is better. Interconnection requirements, as we mentioned earlier, there are differences between load, generate, and generation as to the interconnection requirements. So the very easy pathway is under demand response, where the UDC's Rule 21 requirements suffice, as well as the ISO registration process. So that's the big difference here in terms of interconnection requirements with the demand response models. For non-generating resources and distributed energy resources, aggregations, slight variation, the fact that the non-generating resource has specifically abide by the WDAT interconnection for the utility distribution companies. Whereas the way that we term for distributed energy resource aggregation participation, there is a preference, there appears to be a preference for a WDAT interconnection for these resources to participate in aggregation at the ISO. But in terms of our tariff, it's not required. It just has to have the appropriate UDC approved interconnection to be able to participate. And yeah, that's it for interconnection. And lastly is the metering and telemetry. And the real differences here is the fact that we have virtual metering, which is based for both the demand response and distributed energy resource providers, which is an aggregate of meters that is provided to the ISO virtually. The fact that demand response utilizes baselines using these virtual aggregated metered quantities, and that the baselines do recognize sub-meters from behind the meter energy storage and now with electric vehicles. Whereas a non-generating resource is a directly metered resource and is not a virtual metered resource. They all have the same telemetry requirements if they're of a certain size or they're providing ancillary services. And the big red difference here is that within the demand response participation pathway, behind the meter export of energy is not accounted for in terms of the performance to a demand response dispatch. And I think I got a couple animations here that really are just attempting again to highlight the largest. So if we go forward, one, to move forward. Yeah. So these are the two biggies, I think, that will come out in later discussions. The fact that behind the meter export of energy is not accounted for in demand response. So if you have behind the meter energy storage that's participating in the curtailment of load, any of the exported energy is not accounted for in terms of performance of that demand response to a dispatch. And then the second item is the RA eligibility under distributed energy resource provider, which is not eligible at this point in time. So DER aggregations do not have currently at this pathway to become eligible utilizing this participation model for RA. Okay, and just a little bit more expansion on our PDR load shift resource participation model. It was just recently implemented, and it is an enhancement to our PDR design, and it's specifically for behind the meter energy storage. And what it allows for is both the curtailment which is the discharging, as well as the consumption, the charging part of load based on market bids. Eligibility to provide energy services and ancillary services. However, on the load consumption side, it is ineligible for that to be considered within the RA capacity quantity, and it is ineligible for ancillary services. It does have the ability to bid a negative cost for energy services. So this is where it's consuming energy during those oversupply periods of time when we're in a negative cost of energy. But it still does maintain the requirement that the charging energy does pay for that retail rate for that load. So it's really just designed to offset through the negative cost for that energy against that retail rate. Okay, next one. And additionally, wanted to provide some DER aggregation participation requirements that were in addition to what I mentioned. DERs participating in net energy metering or demand response programs are ineligible to participate in DER aggregation. And the other big difference is distribution companies do get 30 days to review these aggregations to ensure that the specific individual DERs are not also in a demand response program, acting as a demand response participant, that they are not in a net energy metering resource, or in other DER aggregations, or that they conflict in any way with their tariff. And additionally, they are also reviewed to ensure that they do not pose a threat to any safe, reliable operation of the distribution system. So these conditions for participation were built into our DER provider policy. So this needs to be done prior to the resource coming to the ISO into our resource implementation process. And that requires a concurrence letter from the UDC before they can start that process. So this is a difference. This is a way that there's an attempt to review and make sure that there's not some double counting of these DERs in terms of participation in these other types of programs. The FERC Order 2222, we can go to the next slide quickly. It's, as mentioned earlier, this order is largely modeled on the 2016 DER provider filing and the provisions in that filing. This kind of lists out some of the requirements. Most of them have been are within the DERP provisions, allowing the DERs to aggregate and participate in the markets directly, allowing them to participate in one or more participation models, accommodating their specific operational characteristics, establishing a minimum size for the individual DERs that do not exceed 100 kW. This is something that we probably have it underlined here because this is something that we will have to change because currently the minimum size is 500 kWs for participation as an aggregate within the markets. We also do address distribution factors and bidding parameters for the DERAs, as well as the metering and telemetry for them. It does, the order does address coordination between the ISOs, the distributed energy resource aggregation, as well as the distribution utilities and any of the regulatory authorities, which we have within the DERP, and I'll touch on that next. And it addresses any modifications to DER aggregations, meaning if they change, if one specific DER drops out of the aggregation or is added to the aggregation, it needs to address how that is processed. and addresses different types of participation agreements, which is where we came with the term of DER provider, and we have a DER provider agreement that really facilitates the market participation of these aggregations. And we can move to the next. So we are continuing to evaluate any model enhancements that may be needed for full compliance with the FERC order. We're reviewing that. We're looking at our current provisions, and we're preparing for the July 19th, 2021 compliance filing. As mentioned, we will need to definitely need to reduce the size requirements from 500 to 100. We're also looking at adjustments to some of our aggregation and metering requirements, specifically to accommodate more demand response. We do accommodate demand response, but we do not, it has to be directly metered. So we are looking at needing to potentially accommodate a baseline measured demand response in a DER aggregation. So in doing that and being able to accommodate that, we have to identify any of the settlement impacts and any of the broader, as we broaden the definition of these mixed types of aggregations, and also somewhat look at our modeling to see if we will be able to continue to allow for, or that these aggregations could allow for energy injections, energy withdrawals, as well as demand reductions, which is slightly different than what we have today. So there are challenges, and we recognize that there are challenges to utilize these different participation models, specifically the DER aggregation participation model, to access the wholesale market, to participate in the wholesale market. And as mentioned, the retail programs are more attractive. SGIP and NEM, now with no capacity limit, are more attractive. And as mentioned, the NEM precludes participation under these provisions. So generally, DERs are eligible to participate in these type of programs, so they see that as the more attractive means. The standalone requirements are fairly low, so not quite sure how that I'm sorry, standalone resources requirements are low, so the NGR model, which does have all the provisions for RA eligibility, can be utilized for these type of DERs. So now we've actually reduced the 500 kW requirement down to 100 kW requirement for energy storage. So a DER that is energy storage would only, as a standalone, could participate in the markets using NGR with all the capabilities and attributes of the NGR model. As mentioned, the lack of having this established methodology to determine an RA capacity value, that's standing in the way. The complexities introduced to the distribution system, operations and planning has also been a high challenge for some of the stakeholders and what we're hearing from our utility distribution companies. So recently, we've surveyed our market participants. We're just starting to get back some of the results of that survey. We're doing this to really gain additional perspective on the challenges, as well as the changes that they foresee need to be in place potentially to comply with the FERC order. And I've looked at some of the initial results. It looks like what we have outlined here is what they're seeing and saying, maybe not prioritized in this manner, but there might be those that are higher priority than others. But we're going to be utilizing that to continue to work on this compliance filing and changes necessary for this participation model. One of the things that I did want to call out is that once we did establish the DER provisions for DER aggregation participation, the ISO and distribution utilities, we formed a working group. We started to address DER market participation, and some of the items that we saw as challenges for the coordination between transmission and distribution operations. One of the things that we looked at was the distribution interconnection process, what this team, what this working group looked at. And it was identified that current processes did not study DER's impact to the system in aggregation. So there was a lot of effort that was done by the utilities to establish a more detailed DER aggregation review process, which included the integration with the ISO new resource implementation process. So that was something that was done, something that was vetted, and something that became available to the DER providers, early access or early initiation with the utility distribution companies. There was an actual process that could be utilized to look at these DERs in aggregation. The other item that came up in which we attempted to develop a very manual process was the ISO market system's inability to see the DERs at the distribution level, really to communicate between the entities, the DER providers, the distribution system operators, and the ISO as to whether or not there were conditions on the distribution grid that would impact their ability to participate in the market. And we came up with this availability, DER availability red or green. Yes, it would be available, or it would not be available, but a very manual process up front. And lastly, distribution utilities were not aware of DER bids and dispatches. We were able to identify the availability to provide information to the utilities using existing market mechanism reporting. But having gone through all of that, these were all just kind of set in motion, put into place to allow for initial participation, and really participation that would generate improvements to these processes. But having had no DER aggregations participating in the markets, none of these have been exercised. So kind of need to revamp, review, as we move forward, and once we get our first DER aggregation in place, then they can be dusted off and somewhat utilized. But there is an overall recognition within this working group that a high DER aggregation participation would require enhanced transmission distribution operations coordination, and that what we had initiated would not be sustainable for a higher level of participation. So lastly, my final slide is reflective of how the ISO, really examining work of others, is thinking and contemplating what might be the grid architecture needed for future facilitation of high levels of DER operations. The current top-down approach available with today's supply-side market participation pathways requires more of the centralized control, centralized visibility, and this is in an increasingly decentralized system where a more effective and efficient approach might be one that is bottom-up, and that's what we're trying as illustrated here. Bottoms-up approach is likely more sustainable and viable versus the central dispatch operational structure needing to access larger and a growing number of these diverse and dispersed devices. So there will be a continued need to discuss how to use and operate them in a more effective and efficient manner. ISO believes that this discussion should include the use of a grid architecture that is nested and layered, where each layer manages its own energy needs transacting at its boundaries, where this is not a need to know the details at the lower levels, but really just at those interchanges, the net interchange. And that comparable to what we do right now with our neighboring BAAs. So for now, there is the ability for the DER to transact in a top-down manner. But this slide is really just included to touch on the need for a continuation of the discussion of what might be a better approach. And it's illustrated here as a looking at a bottoms-up approach versus the current top-down approach. So that is my presentation. I think that's it.
Great. I'll just add that we have Eric Little representing the utility perspective. So Eric, do you have anything to add before we go to questions?
Yeah, a couple of things to add. So I am Eric Little. I'm with Southern California Edison. I've had the good fortune of working with Jill for a few years now. We've both been through the very difficult process of this, and as usual, Jill's done an excellent job of describing exactly the nature of the various problems out there. I will go a little bit further, though, on the interconnection side on the distribution grid and the difficulty that we face as a distribution system operator for that purpose. And sorry, I don't use the term distribution system operator in the newfangled sense that some people are thinking of it as being its own separate independent entity, et cetera. Just having the operation of a distribution system and being responsible for that is really what I mean. I think there's a couple of difficulties. One, the first and primary is the interconnection process, and that is most resources, when they're interconnected to the grid, are viewed for the purpose that they're going to be utilized for. And that generally is a flow of energy from transmission down to an end user, and generally does not have flows going the opposite direction. We do account for it in cases. But we are, this would be looking at a significant amount more potentially. And as Jill had mentioned, potentially aggregations all operating in concert to flow energy in a similar direction. And that has a great amount of concern for distribution operators and distribution planners to be able to anticipate what could happen on the grid and how it needs to be built out to be able to accommodate those situations, as well as the costs and the difficulties associated with that. And in addition, you also have the safety issues that go along with that. We do have distribution personnel who are working on systems that are expecting flows to go a certain direction and do shutoffs based upon the need to work on things, and with resources that are now interconnected and pushing energy back onto the grid. We need to know about those types of things to be able to isolate equipment for work to be able to be performed safely. So we have those concerns, we have those issues that come up. As Jill noted, there is a process to deal with the examination of an aggregation. That process is a 30-day process. And as Jill mentioned, we were kind of hoping that we would get a few of these, maybe some smaller ones, to be able to examine whether or not that process works. As Mark mentioned in the beginning, we have yet to see anybody take advantage of this process. So we don't know if a 30-day process is really a feasible one to be able to completely evaluate that interconnection, and whether or not that's going to be feasible for the distribution system planners to be able to look at whether or not the grid can accommodate that type of a participation within the market. So that's the first thing that I would mention. The second thing that I would mention, and I think this might be addressed a little bit more further on, but it's the notion of multiple use applications. As we heard in the beginning, there's a number of providers that would like to be able to provide this service to have access to the resource adequacy market, but it's my understanding in general that those same resources need access to other opportunities as well. And for those who went through the multi-use application proceeding at the PUC, which lasted for, I believe, 18 months, maybe it was 24, there were some very difficult questions to answer there as well. And the way that I usually put it is, when you have a battery that is behind the meter and you have a customer that's charging and discharging that battery, there's not a meter out there right now that knows why it's charging and why it's discharging, meaning they don't know if it's for a retail purpose or if it's for a wholesale purpose. And the mixture of those two is something that we have to be able to address. And while FERC Order 2222 did mimic what the ISO is doing to a large extent, On this issue, they basically said it's up to the states to figure out how to avoid a mixture of wholesale and retail. So it is something that we need to keep in mind as we go through that. And it was mentioned earlier, then the variety of other programs that do compensate customers for providing certain services, and whether or not this additional service is already being compensated for, or if it is truly incremental. And those were all things that were in the multiple use application and are all incredibly difficult things to be able to address. Southern California Edison has been there for those processes, including the DERA, the process that the ISO put together, as well as the MUA. We'll continue to be there. We'll continue to help work through these things, but just note that it's not an easy task. There are a lot of items here to be able to resolve, to be able to get these resources, to be able to provide services safely, reliably, and cost effectively for customers, including then meeting the state's policy goals of reducing emissions from those resources as well. So I think that's what I would add at this point, and then be prepared for any questions.
Great. Do we have questions from our panelists?
Yeah. You, Jill and Eric. I have two questions. One is a sort of a technical question that I feel like I should know the answer to, but I don't. And then the second is a broader question. Okay, so the first question is, if Jill could kind of describe the components related to a deliverability study, and what is needed there. And then the second question is, in your slides, you noted that we would need to determine one of the barriers to DERA participation is identifying the capacity value of the RA resource. And I would like to hear your perspective on what would be necessary to identify that.
Okay. Unfortunately, I'm not the deliverability study expert, other than the recognition that the deliverability study would have to now contemplate the impact that the DERs being located within the distribution system and the ability for those resources, DER resources, acting in an aggregation, in an aggregated manner, how that does affect their deliverability at the T&D interface. Most of our deliverability studies are really at that T&D interface, and this would now have to reflect any conditions that might transpire to impact the ability for individual DERs to act on an ISO dispatch.
Okay, I think that makes sense. And then as to the question of RA capacity value, sort of what do you see as the necessary steps and barriers to identify that?
Yeah, I think the other thing to recognize with the DER aggregations is we do allow for, and this is where it would have to consider both the that deliverability and the potential variability of the different components of that DER aggregation, because you could have a DER aggregation that's mixed with demand response, energy storage, or other types of variable generation. So that all has to be considered into developing the capabilities of that resource, and how that resource's capabilities relate to its RA capacity valuation.
And this is Eric. If I could just add to that real quickly. I think we do have qualifying capacity methodologies for resources that are out there, and whether they're behind the meter or in front of the meter, I think those are largely going to follow, right? So if I've got a battery storage resource in front of the meter, I know how to count it for resource adequacy from a qualifying capacity standpoint. I know how to evaluate deliverability. Deliverability on distribution is a little bit different. But what we also have to recognize is that those resources in front of the meter have a must-offer obligation at the ISO. And so the question is, with these behind the meter resources, how do you effectuate a similar must-offer obligation to ensure that that qualifying capacity can be realized by the ISO when it comes to grid reliability need? We've had kind of two methodologies before, as was described earlier on, the kind of load modifying versus the energy resource. What path are we going to go down in this space? And if it's going to be the load modifying, then you can figure out things behind the scenes and take care of it that way. If it's really going to be the more traditional, it's a resource adequacy resource and has obligations to the ISO, then you need to figure out must offer obligations. And I know various entities have various feelings about which of those paths things should take. So I'm not going to comment on that, but it's just the types of things that we would have to resolve.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner McAllister, did you have a question?
Yeah, so I want to just thank you both, and Jill particularly, for the detailed presentation. That table is very helpful. You know, a lot of times this stuff isn't counterintuitive, and to those of us isn't intuitive to those of us, even if we're in this, you know, most days. So, and I really appreciate the you know, detailed thinking about the different products and how they overlap and don't, and the different characteristics that you're trying to draw forward in those. And so I was really happy to see the focus on trying to enable DER aggregation and how to make it operational and functional. I do think we're gonna the scale is only gonna get greater, and so the urgency here is high. And happy to hear about the new kind of baseline approach that you're looking at. And to that end, I guess it's related to Commissioner Randolph's question a little bit, but the visibility requirement is something that I've always found a little bit vexing in terms of the actual hardware requirements, and sort of what the ISO really feels that it needs to see in terms of just data from that particular user or whatever. And so aggregation sort of begs some of those questions about how that can be done at an aggregated scale, and have the CAISO feel like it has a good feeling for what's going on, good understanding of what's going on, without visibility necessarily to every device or customer. And so I guess I'm wondering if you're thinking about, or how you're thinking about, that visibility issue with respect to aggregation, and that bottoms up approach that you referred to. And are you looking at statistical approaches to develop the level of comfort that you need to characterize these aggregated resources?
Okay, that was a lot. I would say that the visibility is also vexing to myself, who really started a lot of this process, particularly on the distributed energy resource aggregation process, looking at the expansion of our requirements for metering and telemetry, as we started to look at aggregations of these, and allowing, and I think we made some movements forward, and maybe I can give you a little bit more information about our requirements. Our requirements in terms of visibility for telemetry, so we made some changes in our telemetry requirements, are at a virtual level. So our requirements are really just between the ISO and those distributed energy resource providers, and in fact with our demand response providers, between the ISO and a demand response provider, with little requirements other than how often it had to be refreshed, down to the individual DERs or demand response that we see at the customer level. So there was a lot that we did to try and expand and recognize that there would be development of standards and requirements below an aggregated virtual telemetry signal or the virtual metering and allow for that to develop. And we've had just we have had some come to the table specifically on the demand response side, and they are finding ways to provide that aggregated telemetry value. Yes, we've discussed maybe a statistical approach. We're still waiting for that to be brought forward to us. We're open to that, but we have yet to see that progress in any manner.
Okay.
But yeah, the approach that we've taken, have our requirements and standards between those aggregators and the ISO, and then less requirements and standards to that lower level.
Okay, well, that's interesting. Thank you. I guess I'm really looking forward to working with you all on this. I think, getting into the weeds across the agencies, I think is going to be helpful here as we move forward with some of the initiatives that I talked about at the Energy Commission to try to standardize the communications and the communication of rates to customers and devices, and even pushing and pulling that information. To give the ISO a button to push basically at scale that's targetable. So we want to help develop that platform. But I think, as we do that, it's really important to be completely in lockstep about what it is that's going to be most helpful and clearly valuable for the system. And so I think that's really, really important. I'm looking forward to the survey. Great to hear that you're doing that survey and to hear what the actual participants have to say about these issues so we can pull them in and be listening as well as we move forward together.
Any other questions from principals?
Commissioner Randolph, this is Commissioner Rexhoff, and I have a question for Jill. I'm sorry, Commissioner Schrom, I didn't mean to jump in ahead of you if I did, but I just wanted to hear a little bit more, Jill, about what you're doing to enhance the coordination between the distribution and transmission level systems that you mentioned as one of the ongoing barriers for the DERA resource stream.
Okay. Yes, and I did touch upon some of the work that we've been doing with the T&D. It's a T&D coordination working group that we establish with our utilities once we had the DER aggregation, DER provider provisions in place. Because as Eric mentioned, there was a recognition that this could be problematic for the distribution utilities to be able to facilitate these DERs in aggregation bidding and coming to the ISO and being controlled by the ISO. So since 2016, we've been having those working groups. As mentioned, there's a variety of things that we worked out through certain types of processes. Additionally, and you may have somebody this afternoon that might speak to this more, there was a white paper that was developed since then that really took a look at the current communication pathways that we have established between transmission and distribution operations. But then it focused on, well, what are the new communication pathways that are necessary? That's an older, I forget the name of it, T&D coordination working white paper that was with GridWorks. So that was one of the outcomes of this working group. We've since been getting together. We took a year off, but then got back together in the last year. And we're starting to look at where we need to take this to be able to facilitate the higher DERA participation, and a lot of discussion on distribution system operators coming into play, needing to have something like that in place to really facilitate this. And I asked Eric also to chime in on on what he feels we've been able to accomplish moving the ball forward in these working groups and this discussion of this T&D coordination.
Yeah, thanks, Jill. So I do think there's been a lot of good discussion in trying to figure out where the problems lie and what would need to be resolved. I think that what's probably largely stopped this process is that there just isn't the demand to do it exactly this way. Not to say that there's not a demand for distributed energy resources, but primarily distributed energy resources that we're seeing are participating through net energy metering. And through net energy metering, it's a pretty lucrative program, and there isn't a need to provide these other types of services, or arguably they're already providing these other services through the compensation received for net energy metering. At the same time, you also happen to have the confluence of the hardening of grids for wildfire purposes pretty much at the same time that this effort was going on. And without people signing up to be a distributed energy resource aggregator, the need for figuring out the final solutions to these things was not as necessary as it was to move on to other things. That's not to say that people aren't interested in it and aren't interested in figuring out how to solve this problem. It's just to say that people have a tendency to go to where the highest demand is. So understanding that this will continue to be an issue and agree that as we develop more resources, it will likely become more of an issue. The number of distributed energy resources is likely to grow. And so figuring this out is going to become increasingly important. But having said that, we've said that for about the last 4 years and haven't seen quite the growth in it yet that would warrant really pushing through with this effort. That's not to say that we stop and wait until we've got 10,000 people lined up at the door. I think we continue to push through with it and try to figure out these issues. But I do think that in some respect, it is going to need at least some small number of entities participating through this process for us to really figure out where things do work and where things don't work, and where we can improve the processes to be able to get to a more durable solution for a larger scale application.
Well, that's a fair point, Eric. I think we will take that as, I don't know if it's a challenge, but a request or an inquiry about the level of interest. And you'll hear more later. And I think the reason we're doing this workshop is because there's been a lot of interest in moving beyond some of these barriers. And of course, the fact that there is no clear pathway is keeping some of the providers from trying to push more to participate in the CAISO market. So we do want to move forward, and I appreciate the work that you and Jill and others are doing on it.
Yeah, Commissioner, I agree. And sorry, I didn't mean for that statement to sound like I'm dismissive of this. I think it is an important thing to work on. And if we are getting more and more interest, we're certainly here to stand behind working on this and figure out how to implement it. I do continue to think it is an important problem to resolve, and that we definitely need to get there. So what wasn't trying to throw down the gauntlet was just trying to point to maybe why things haven't progressed quite as quickly as one might have otherwise expected.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Genevieve. So a comment and a question. So first of all, very interesting presentation, conversation. For those of you who are familiar with the Distributech conference, I was able to attend several times over the years, and it really opened my eyes to the tools underway, the complexity of the whole smart grid landscape, but also just the potential going forward. I also was going to ask about the deliverability study, and would appreciate just a follow on from the CAISO. No need for right now, but as far as what would it take to conduct such a study, and how long would that take? But my question is, I noticed on page 24 of the slide, the one just before the one shown on the screen, it goes building aggregator, microgrid operator, distribution system, and so forth. And so on the microgrid operator, Eric or Jill, are there, maybe Eric, are there specific technical requirements beyond, the what you all have outlined in terms of just the complexity of the whole thing? But are there technical requirements that would need to be fulfilled to make you confident that a microgrid could participate in the resource adequacy program?
Yeah, so from my perspective at Edison, let me address the first one on deliverability, and Jill or anyone at the ISO can correct me if I'm wrong, but the ISO does actually have a process for deliverability of distributed energy resources. They do look at the injection point as the interconnection to the transmission system, so their tariff actually does contain a process to be able to deal with that. And like other deliverability assessments, it's looking at whether or not the electrons injected at that transmission interface can make it anywhere on the grid. And if they can, fantastic. If they can't, it examines what upgrades are necessary to be able to make it deliverable to any area in the grid such that it can count for resource adequacy. It does not look down into the distribution system and whether or not the electrons can make it from the distribution system up to the transmission interface. That I think is really the domain of the IOUs to take a look at. And again, that gets into our studies about how we build the system and what it's designed to do. With regard to this graphic, I'm not sure that I technically have concerns. My biggest concern with this one, and I'm sorry, I haven't been in this discussion with Jill on this, so I don't know if they've already tried to address this, but it really, to me, kind of begs the question of where does resource adequacy lie in this model? That is, if the buildings are doing their own thing to satisfy their own needs, the microgrids are doing their own thing to satisfy their own needs, the distribution system the same, and the transmission system the same, what does the transmission system operator, the ISO, need to be convinced that the building and the microgrid and the distribution have already resourced themselves out sufficiently to take care of their own problems? Right? There's variability in each of those systems. What happens when that variability hits, and what is it that they're relying upon to make sure that those resources are going to be available such that it doesn't escalate its way up to becoming an entire transmission system type of an issue? So it's an interesting model, but I think it does ask the question from a resource adequacy standpoint, where exactly does resource adequacy lie, and what are you relying upon from those lower systems if you place it at a higher level?
Well, if you're asking me that question, I'm thinking about Stone Edge Farms, if anyone has been there, where the owner has fuel cells, batteries, solar, just a whole panoply of different things. It's a farm. It's got houses and so forth, and at various times of the day there is extra power to be had. Now I don't know if it trues up with the duck curve and the 6 p.m. 7 p.m. issues, but in terms of that opportunity with say with the fuel cells to export into the distribution system and into the grid. But I get it, Eric. What you're saying is what is the priority for these kinds of things, and do they sift up to become a viable resource adequacy entity? And that's as an open question. So. Thank you. Jill, I don't know if you have anything else to add.
Not really anything to add. Again, the slide was just kind of out there to look, to examine, to think, to contemplate what this grid architecture might facilitate and how it might facilitate all of these different DERs, and the ability to be more of a, instead of the top-down approach, more of the bottoms-up approach, where they would transact for net sales between these different layers. And the only other comment I would make in terms of microgrid access to the markets, we believe those three categories within what we had, the approaches that we have from a market participation model could apply to microgrids. And we.
I guess I wanted to just push back a little bit on the idea that the customer, that we need to have absolute certainty that the customer has taken care of all of their own sort of needs first before they then take on, eat the dessert of being able to, aggregate and bid up into the wholesale market. I mean, if it's turning up, and statistically we can show that it's turning up, and that we can target it, and that the providers are being responsible for marshaling their customers in a way that works for the system, then isn't that enough?
Yeah, Commissioner McAllister, so I was not trying to indicate that we wouldn't allow participation in the wholesale market until they satisfied their own needs. The question is really one of resource adequacy. It's really one of, is the grid in its entirety sufficient to be able to meet all needs of all customers? And that model so far has been more of a top-down approach where we look at the ISO in its entirety and we make sure that there are enough resources available to the ISO. If we're now saying that we're going to look from a bottoms-up standpoint and look at what the individuals are doing within themselves, the question becomes, okay, well, if you're going to rely upon what the individuals are doing in and of themselves to get to that higher level where you say, all right, the ISO is only going to procure the residual, right? So everybody else has met the RA needs based upon all of these things that they have done. The residual is X number of megawatts, and that's what the ISO is going to go procure. And the ISO will dispatch those when they need. Well, how do we ensure that all of the stuff that we used below it to aggregate up to get to that residual number is actually available and operable in the market space? You may be right. It may be some statistical methodology to look at what these resources typically do and how they typically operate and what type of residual need that leaves within the grid. My main point here was it's a very different way of looking at things that we haven't really contemplated in the RA structure as it exists right now. And it is quite a bit to think through of how we get to that level of detail. That was my only comment. Not that it's undoable, not that it's an immovable object, but rather that it's just something that would take a lot of thought because it is very different than the way we do it today.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I guess I would just encourage us all to look for sort of low risk ways to push and prod and poke on this and do some experimentation so that when the real deal comes, we're ready for it and we can have some faith that it's going to show up. Because I think if we're trying to sort of create a perfect system without it actually being tested or stress tested along the way, then that's not probably going to work. But if we bring it along, if we bring each other along and sort of I think we will find ways to convince ourselves that these aggregated resources will show up and are dispatchable and callable in ways that are functionally helpful, and then we can dial it in as we go forward. Obviously, we don't want to be caught with another heat wave and not have them show up. None of us are going to think that's acceptable. But a little bit of trial and error along the way in a low risk situation seems like it would be help develop these aggregated resources in a way, just like we did along the way with what are now traditional resources, right? I mean, they're not 100% reliable either. So let's kind of, develop them organically so that they can be ready for prime time. Anyway, that would be my encouragement. Anyway, thanks. I appreciate your answer though, for sure.
Yeah, I guess from my standpoint, I'm mainly trying to convey to folks why it is that we haven't already gotten there and why it is that it may take us a considerable amount more time. It's not that these items we're not capable of overcoming them. They are difficult, they are complicated, they are complex, no doubt about that. And it's going to take some very intelligent people sitting down in a room together to figure these, online together or in a room together, if we find some way to get through COVID-19. Then we will solve these types of problems, no doubt about it. It's just that in my entire career working in the electric industry, it's gotten more and more complicated, and trying to resolve these issues becomes more and more difficult and more time consuming. So I don't want to, please don't take anything I've said as this is impossible, you're never going to get there. It's just trying to convey why it is that this might take a bit more effort than what people might have otherwise thought.
Okay, are there any other questions for from principals before I turn it over to Energy Division to do other Q&A? Okay, seeing none, I'll turn it back to Simone.
Great. We do have a few questions. Let's see. First, from Fangxing Liu. Jill, could you elaborate on the challenges of no value to determine an RA capacity value for DERAs? How is RA value for DERAs different from that for DERs?
I think we did kind of go over a bit of that. As mentioned, a DER aggregation could be an aggregation of different types of DERs, inclusive of demand response and other energy storage, other variable resources. So I think the complexity now comes in because each of those have had defined RA qualified capacity methodologies existing, but now in combination, what does that translate to? And each of them singularly, it's fairly complex methodologies. And now you would be looking at them in aggregation, looking at performance in aggregation, and how does that translate to that qualified capacity.
So the only thing I would add to that is that, and some of these differences exist right now, right? So we've got aggregations of demand response that are participating at different locations that end up at different ISO interconnection points that we know as nodes. And trying to figure out, what percentage is going to come at what node is a difficult thing to do, and measuring whether or not they came at those nodes as was expected is a difficult thing to do. But that's not very different than what we have in demand response. The other piece that is different, as Jill had mentioned during her presentation, is these are all different types of generating resources behind these points. And so what they're capable of doing and when they're capable of doing it is varying depending upon what the technology behind it is. The other big key difference that I would point out between a DER, an individual application, and a DERA, an aggregation of those resources, is that historically the individual applications have been interconnections at WDAT for Southern California Edison, a wholesale distribution access tariff, meaning that they are basically as if they are interconnected at transmission and they are a wholesale participant. They are always within the ISO's market. They are always settling within the ISO's market. An aggregation, on the other hand, with demand response is only settling with the ISO when they are dispatched by the ISO. And so you have this differential between participating at times in the wholesale market and at times in the retail market space. And that makes it a bit different from the standpoint of a DER versus DERA.
Our next question is from Anya Gilbert. Are we talking about developing two different DER enablement pathways, i.e. real-time rates with the CEC and direct DER participation at the CAISO? In both cases, customers would respond to real-time signals, but from possibly different entities.
I think that's a good point. I don't know if I can answer that question.
Yeah, so from a general perspective, I think the question that's being asked is really the question of what incentives are being placed in front of the customer to perform what and by whom. And the issue that I discussed earlier, the incrementality. Is this really incremental to what we would have expected them to do under the program that they're under already? And I think the question goes a little bit further of, do these signals end up serving cross purposes? One entity says to, for example, if it's battery, one entity says to discharge the battery and another entity says to charge the battery. What happens in those cases where we've got those types of confusion? And absolutely, those are the types types of things that we need to think through. That was what the multi-use application setting was all about. Again, it was something that we have some answers from, but as we move forward, I think probably needs further development to really understand how those resources operate and work within multiple environments where they're receiving multiple streams of compensation, and how it is that those various entities know that they can rely upon those resources for what they have purchased them for.
Question is from Habib Maiga. Is there a clear strategy to address the double counting issue for resources under NEM that would like to also be WDAT because of their exports?
So I'm not actually a NEM expert. I would have to take that back and find people who are at Southern California Edison. I know that we've had a number of filings about the various tariffs that we've had for NEM, including the revisions that we've had to NEM. I think it becomes very difficult in general to determine if NEM is effectively a tariff in which the resource is generally sized to be net zero over a period of time. There are going to be times of them pushing back onto the grid. There's going to be times of them consuming from the grid with a net of zero overall. So far, it seems the way that that program has been set up is that effectively you're providing that power back to the utility. It's not a wholesale transaction. It's a retail transaction for both the purchase and the sale. If we want to recontemplate that, then I think you have to ask the question of, if the entity is allowed to sell that at wholesale, then should the utility be purchasing it from them at retail as well? And so we get into those conflicts that I mentioned earlier about the meter doesn't know why it's spinning. It doesn't know if it's spinning for a wholesale or for a retail application. And that's what you really need to be able to figure out in those situations. So I think it's probably a larger discussion in NEM about what we want that program to look like. And again, to get further into it, I would have to get some expertise at Edison that knows more about the NEM tariff than I do.
This is from Scott Murdishaw. Can CAISO or utility panelists provide a concrete example of a circumstance in which generation from DERs would not be deliverable? Is there an existing case of a determination that DERs were not deliverable?
Yeah, Scott, I probably can. So if the thought generally is that if these are at load, then they're probably not pushing enough electrons to actually not be consumed within the distribution circuit. So generally, when you think about things that would be for Southern California Edison in the LA Basin, for example, pushing an electron onto the distribution grid is probably going to get consumed locally anyhow, and it's going to free up other resources to be able to provide elsewhere. That's true. However, Southern California Edison also serves a very large service territory. So you can imagine a situation in which there is a resource on a distribution circuit with very little amount of load. And when they push electrons back onto that distribution circuit, it's not going to be consumed by load directly, freeing up other resources to serve others. It's going to have to make its way onto the transmission system and become deliverable anywhere else on the grid. And then the question is, just like any generator interconnected at that point, is there sufficient transmission to be able to get that from that location to some other location to be able to consume from that? So it turns into the same study as it does for a generator. But it's my understanding that when the ISO does their studies of distribution interconnected, that they are indeed looking at the fact that there is load local that is going to primarily consume that generation. I don't know exactly the details of that process, but it's my understanding that there is some consideration of that during that.
Yeah, this is Jill. I don't have anything to add to Eric's explanation. Yeah.
This is from Ali Detrio. For BTM microgrids that are composed of solar and storage and CARB certified generation, which path would allow them to provide capacity quickest? It appears they would still have to go through deliverability study, meaning 2+ years of interconnection. Could this process be sped up?
So Jill, I don't know if
Yeah.
you want to respond to that, since that seems like a deliverability issue at the ISO that's being asked about.
Right, for microgrids. The only thing I can comment is that the studies are conducted with the cluster every 2 years, and we don't have a tariff authority to conduct another study outside of that 2 years. So the specific question is, I think, asking for a speed up of that deliverability study, and that could not occur.
It's from Lorenzo Christoph for Jill. A few years ago, CAISO developed rules to enable DERs to get deliverability status under streamlined process that did not require a new deliverability study. Is that available for a DERA?
And again, not being expert in the deliverability study, I do not know. But that is something we can find out.
Could you address the 24/7 participation requirement for DERPs? The history of that?
Yes, the provisions that we have under DERP follow our participating generator agreement, and participating generators have a requirement for a 24/7 participation. It's really under the demand response pathway that we've been able to look and provide non-24/7 participation. But under the NGR as well as the DERP, that is something that is in place and has been in place, and we do not have provisions for non-24/7. Although, as Eric mentioned, as we were have been discussing multi-use application, it was something that we have reflected upon in some of our energy storage and distributed energy resource initiatives in terms of how that we might approach a non-24/7 participation for DERs. And we just have not resolved some of the issues related to that approach. So not made headway on that.
Do you have any comments on what the barriers are to the DERP model, and what it would take to enable it, given that currently there are no active DERPs?
So from my perspective, the things that we've heard is the ability to access multiple revenue streams, and the biggest one in DERP being the resource adequacy. If you are providing a distributed energy resource and you're wanting to participate as a DERP, you're not going to be able to get resource adequacy credit right now. But if you can take that behind the meter device and utilize it to enable the provision of demand response, there are demand response programs that do indeed get resource adequacy. And so there may be an incentive to go that direction. Again, and Jill can comment on this further, the ability to provide RA is something that has been a long-standing discussion within the DER aggregation space, and whether or not that would be allowed to happen. And again, it runs into all the difficulties that I mentioned earlier with what is the must offer obligation, how do you ensure those resources have the same obligations as other resources, how do you ensure that you've evaluated whether or not they met those compliance requirements, et cetera. And I think that's probably one of the biggest areas. And then, as I mentioned, just more broadly, is the multiple use application space. A lot of these resources want to be able to stack a variety of different incentives. So, for example, typically retail bills for larger customers have fairly significant demand charges in on-peak hours. So, if you have a behind-the-meter battery storage device, you typically want to discharge from that device during those peak hours. So the question then becomes, well, if they're doing that through that program, and that's when the RA need typically happens, is their retail bill not reflective of both the energy and the capacity needs at that point in time? Is there an appropriate mechanism that would pay them for that RA service if that retail mechanism already exists? Is it necessary? Is it appropriate? Is it the cost-effective thing to do for all customers? And those are the types of things that I think really warrant the biggest discussion. Is how do we actually manage to make sure that these resources can indeed stack these services, that we're not double compensating for them, and that we do have reasonable assurance that we're going to get the capacity from those resources to be able to reliably operate the grid. That, to me, is really the big points that probably need to be addressed as we move forward in this. Jill, anything else that you can think of?
Nope, you've touched them all.
We have time for one more question. It's from Matthew Tisdale. From a process perspective, what can we learn from our last 10 years of evaluating this question to ensure that we are more efficient and effective going forward?
Matt, that's a great question. I'm not sure that necessarily that there is. As I mentioned before, we just happen to have a market that's becoming more and more complex with regard to these resources and how they participate. These questions are just really difficult to answer, is what it comes down to. I'm not sure that this is an inefficiency issue. I don't think it's that when we started having stakeholder meetings or workshops or whatever they might have been in either MUA or in the ISO space for DERP, that there were inefficiencies involved in that. I think it's just that when you try to answer these questions, there are a number of trade-offs between them. There are a large number of parties out there that want different things out of them. And so we tend to get a lot of different answers to these questions, and trying to make sure that they all mesh together is a really critical piece of it. So I don't know that it's necessarily an efficiency issue. I think it's just a really complicated issue to be able to resolve, and is simply going to take a lot of time and a lot of effort. And somewhere along the line, there are decisions that are going to have to be made that are beneficial in some respects to some entities and less beneficial in some respects to other entities. It's unfortunate, but I don't think that there is a silver solution here that has everybody saying this is absolutely perfect and is exactly what we all needed. Why didn't we figure this out years ago?
Yeah, I would agree. We have been looking at this and have been moving and enhancing, particularly with respect to the participation models and the ability to access the wholesale market and provision of services at the wholesale level. We've been working for years, I think PDR was established in 2010. So over these past 10 years, we are learning, and I think I've learned a lot in just the last year in terms of PDR participation and facilitation of that. But I don't have, as Eric mentioned, there's not one big comprehensive solution that we've been able to land on to be able to resolve all of these complex issues, and the combination of the resource adequacy, the availability of these energies, the actual desire for all the multi-use applications for these type of resources, and how that impacts both the distribution and the transmission system and the coordination that's needed between the two. So yeah, just kind of incremental approach versus really looking at things from a more comprehensive view.
Thank you very much, Jill and Eric. We now have a stretch break, and we will start up again at 11:50 with our load modifying demand response panel. It's 11:50, so why don't we get going again? Move on to our load modifying demand response panel with Lynn Marshall, Alok Gupta, and Delphine Ho. Lynn, you're muted.
What I did. Okay. Hi. So, hi, this is Lynn Marshall, Energy Commission staff, and I'm discussing issues related to the load forecast reduction pathway. Next slide. So, first I want to provide some background about how we approach forecasting load modifying resources in the CEC demand forecast. So, for demand forecasting, it's important to distinguish between event-based and non-event-based resources. So event-based programs are dispatched or called when a condition or trigger is met. We use estimated hourly impacts of those actual events to reconstitute the TAC area hourly loads because we want to remove the effects of those events from the demand forecast so that when we use our hourly forecast in production cost modeling, that it's not distorted with the event-based demand response, which we want to model on the supply side. So for example, the current demand response portfolios include load modifying demand response critical peak pricing programs, which are actually dispatched by the utilities for various reasons, could be high demand, high prices, local conditions, may not always be called on the peak day. So we don't include those in our hourly demand forecast. For purposes of resource adequacy, we do make an adjustment to the RA reference forecast, and then that flows through to an LSE forecast reduction. And similarly, there's been some proposals for market-informed type use cases that are dispatched in a way that really doesn't fit in with the CEC forecast. On the other hand, non-event-based load modifying demand response systematically modifies consumption in a way that we can forecast, such as time of use rates, dynamic pricing, and those impacts then become embedded in the recorded loads. So in any given forecast, we're only forecasting incremental effects of, say, new participants or new resources, or possibly changes in the pricing regime. So in addition to, we only include non-event LMDR in our forecast, but it also must be reasonably expected to occur. So there's a funding commitment, there's some known enrollment rates, and we have an empirical basis for estimating the impact, such as pilot studies or engineering models that have been validated with some actual performance data. Next slide. So the way we approach modeling these various demand modifiers in our forecast is we start with a forecast of hourly consumption, and then we're modeling all of the various things that affect net metered load on an hourly basis. So that includes behind the meter PVs, electric vehicles, energy efficiency, climate change impacts, and battery generation. And then we can really understand the contribution of those modifiers to the system coincident peak. So for the 2019 IPER, the categories of LMDR that are included are residential transition to default time of use rates. We have new EVs assumed to be adopting TOU rates at a certain percent. And then we have behind the meter battery storage, we're modeling residential solar plus storage and non-residential standalone. So our key data source there are the SGIP program data and evaluation studies. So we are currently forecasting based on enrollment trends and as available profiles from the impact evaluations. So for residential, we're modeling them as economically dispatched on a time of use rate. after we put out the 2019 IPER forecast, there was a new impact evaluation study. So it does show that residential customers, for the most part, are charging earlier in the day and discharging during peak periods. There were some comments in this proceeding that the CEC is under forecasting enrollment trends. That was certainly true. We kind of knew that would happen because of all the changes to the SCHIP program that were decided last year and are being implemented in 2020. But we do have we're working on our forecast for the 2020 update, and our new installation rates are significantly higher, I think something like 50% higher for our new forecast. So there's a link there to the workshop last week. It's where you can see what that looks like. We welcome any comments on that. We also will be modeling the new requirement that they be on SCHIP eligible time of use rates, which have a steeper peak to off-peak ratio. On the non-residential side, our forecast is using load profiles from the 2017 program year study. So they do show very minimal coincident peak impacts because it's primarily being used for demand charge management. Now, that does not reflect the program changes that have gone into effect this year, making use of a GHG price signal. So there's probably some grid benefits we're not forecasting, but we just don't have data yet to be able to incorporate that in our forecast. So next slide. So that was what was in the CEC forecast. So the question arose, I guess, earlier this year, how can LSCs who are investing in load modifying resources get that reflected in their RA forecast? So the first step in the RA forecast process is we request LSCs to submit their non-coincident monthly peak and various supporting data. And in the past, we've only asked the IOUs for any detail on the various load modifying assumptions that are incorporated in their forecast, everything from energy efficiency to EVs, building decarbonization now, and storage. So this year we expanded the data request so that both IOUs and CCAs could report what load modifying effects are included in their forecast, provide supporting detail. Then they can submit that to the CEC, and we review those forecast submittals and make any adjustments if needed. We're reviewing those forecasts both for individual reasonableness and collective consistency with the overall CEC forecast. So then if validated, that load modifying effect is included in their final RA forecast, and that reduces the basis for their obligation. But note that for future years, the effects of those resources are going to be considered embedded in their historic loads, so they could only submit, I say, next year, incremental effects of new resources. So, okay, next slide. So to support our evaluation of the forecast, we requested quite a bit of detail on the behind-the-meter resources. That's data on the physical characteristics, but importantly, what is the dispatch protocol and what are the contractual obligations? So there's a lot of potential use cases with storage. So having contractual obligation that the third-party operator will dispatch these, for example, to achieve customer bill savings and peak period reduction to the LSC really enhances our confidence that these impacts are going to materialize. There's also a follow-up requirement to the following year to provide actual performance data of the resources. And I would also note that if you're in the SCHIP program, you're also required to participate in the SCHIP impact evaluation studies, which are a really valuable resource for CEC forecasting. So next slide. Okay, so that was the pathway for 2019, and that's still available. And so that works for categories that are already included in the CEC forecast. But what about new types of load modifying programs or tariffs that we haven't taken up in our forecast process? So there's 3 general pathways that we can see. First is LSCs could raise it in the IPR process, and they could submit that on their demand forecast, their demand forecast forms. We could workshop that in our demand analysis working groups, and then assuming there's empirical support and say a funding commitment, that could be incorporated in their forecast, and that would flow through both to the IPR system forecast and possibly local. It would also flow through to that LSC's forecast for resource adequacy and IRP. So you could see that working well for a program. Let's say an LSC has been working on a load management standard, dynamic pricing, and they've already done the legwork in terms of testing and market research, and they're ready to roll it out. But it does take a longer lead time. They're going to have that kind of proposal ready a year and a half at least before the RA compliance year. And that would only work for non-event-based strategies. So that would take us to the next pathway, and which would be load forecast credit outside of the IPR process. And this might be similar to kind of the way that critical peak pricing, the LMDR, works now. We kind of make a post-process adjustment to the CPUC reference forecast, and would require some additional CEC-PUC coordination. And I won't go into this too much detail because this is the focus of Alok's presentation after me, but it's really important here to keep track of what is incremental relative to what is already in the CEC forecast. And then the third option would be, well, the LSC goes ahead and invests in the resources, but they don't put it in the CEC forecast. We don't get any data, and maybe 2 years hence, those benefits will actually accrue in their recorded loads. So there's a lag between the investments and when the LSC actually achieves those RA savings. Okay. So next slide. So just some general comments from a demand forecasting perspective. Any of the pathways we're discussing raise some quantification and accounting issues. And for CEC, as distributed resources saturations increase, our ability to accurately forecast meter load net of those resources becomes increasingly challenged with the limited data we have now. So for example, currently we get demand response program impacts through the load impact protocol ex post data, but those data are by program and they don't report effects of storage-backed demand response versus behavioral demand response. And we don't get any data by LSC. So while we can reconstitute loads at the service area level, we can't do that at the LSC level. Some of these issues may be actually more easily solved for these sub-metered behind-the-meter resources than they are for behavioral demand response. But generally, right now, we have no visibility on the hourly performance of behind-the-meter storage or behind-the-meter PV, and that's been less of an obstacle with PV since we at least know when it's going to be charged, since we know when the sun shines, although as we saw with the cloud cover in August, even that's not assured. So if we could address more broadly the data availability problem, that would enable us to more accurately characterize these in our forecast and support whatever various pathways we end up pursuing. And with that, we'll move on. Any questions?
Simone, just wanted to
This is Mark
Go
Rother.
ahead.
I'm sorry, can I ask one question, just a clarification? So it seems like the 2019 or pre-2019 methodology would not support a exporting resource. It wasn't clear to me whether the new methodologies would actually support then an exporting distributed energy resource, and could that be incorporated into the load forecast?
Yeah, so let's say if we had an LSE, let's say if there's a tariff allowed with export, you know, there's a way we could model it, but we would not want to account for consumption used to charge to inject into the grid and the demand forecast. So that's sort of an accounting issue, kind of what Eric was referring to, where we'd want to remove those effects from the demand forecast and count it on the supply side. So I think in theory, yes, but there's some, you know, technical challenges there.
Okay, thank you.
Simone, can we do a sound check? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. So I just noticed it's about 10 minutes after the noon hour. I guess somebody had to present during the lunch hour. That happens to be me. And I also want to acknowledge there are about 200 attendees in the workshop. So thank you for participating, and forgive me for keeping you from the lunch. We'll try to keep it fast. So my name is Alok Gupta, and I lead the demand response section at the Energy Division. And I've been asked to discuss CPUC's policies related to load modifying DR resources, as issues related to evaluating behind the meter hybrid resources. My presentation will cover the 4 topics listed on this slide. First, I'll briefly cover existing CPUC policies relating to demand response, including the bifurcation concept. And secondly, I'll describe how current programs are bifurcated in supply side and load modifying categories. And then thirdly, I will briefly summarize the key characteristics of a behind the meter hybrid resource, also referred to as virtual power plants, as we currently understand them. And then I'll go through some issues that the CPUC and other agencies may need to consider in revisiting existing policies affecting the capacity evaluation of behind the meter hybrid resources. So next slide, please. So as was described in Simon's introduction, in terms of CPUC policies, there are 2 primary pathways for behind the meter resources participating in demand response to obtain capacity value that counts towards the capacity planning framework. The first and the most common pathway, referred to as supply side, involves DR resources integrating with the CAISO energy market and getting dispatched based on market conditions. And Jill Powers from CAISO has already covered many details and requirements applicable to the supply side pathway. The other pathway is, of course, the load modifying DR, which is what I'm going to focus on. Now, the basic policy foundation for these 2 pathways was actually laid out by the Commission in Decision 1403-026. And then in a follow-up decision, 15-11-042, the CPUC spelled out the requirements applicable to load modifying DR resources. And specifically, the decision designates certain utility programs, primarily those driven by time variant rates, as load modifying resources. And then more importantly, the decision directs that all event-based resources must pursue the market integrated supply side route as demand response. In other words, the load modifying option was closed off to event-based resources back in 2015. So next slide, please. So the basic rationale in the Commission's decision to designate load modifying event-based resources as having zero capacity value was really related to the inability of stakeholders to agree on an acceptable hard trigger mechanism for dispatching the load modifying resource. The concept of hard trigger referenced in the decision essentially means a mechanism that allows the load modifying event-based resource to be dispatched predictably in a way to reasonably avoid capacity needs and provide assurance to the CalISO that the resource will be dispatched when predefined system conditions are met. I'm actually quoting the decision here. You will notice under the second bullet of the slide here that the decision caveated its conclusion by, quote, unless and until a satisfactory hard trigger mechanism is developed, unquote. So it appears one could read the decision as perhaps leaving the door open to revisit at a later time the issue of load modifying resource capacity in case a new trigger mechanism satisfying the requirements could be developed. Next slide, please. So this slide shows various demand response programs that are bifurcated into the two buckets of supply side and load modifying. On the left side, we have the 4 different procurement mechanisms currently available for market integrated DR resources. The first 2 involve the utilities, and the other 2 involve the third-party DR providers. The last one on the left side is the newest procurement mechanism emerging this year and involves a load impact protocol process administered by the Energy Division's demand response section, that is my team. And this process, also referred to as the LIP process for short, consists of basically 3 steps. The first step is for the DR providers to file LIP reports in April, summarizing the ex-post performance results of their DR resources and ex-ante projections of the resource capabilities in the upcoming year. Can we go back to the previous slide, please? Yeah, we'll stay on this for a few minutes. So the second step here is the Energy Division reviews the LIP reports to determine how much of anti-projection to allow as GR resource capacity eligible for RA in the upcoming RA compliance year. So the eligible capacity determinations are finalized by Energy Division in September for the next year. And then lastly, third-party DR providers execute the RA contracts with non-utility LSEs for the eligible RA capacity by October, and then show the contracted capacity on the year-ahead and monthly Kaiser supply plans for resource adequacy compliance year. So through the 2020 LIP process that year, 3 third DR providers qualified for a total of 217 megawatts of DR resources available in 2021. Now, the capacity associated with any of the supply side programs is of course counted as resource adequacy, and the resource haver must offer obligation to bid their capacity into the CAISO energy market. Now, moving to the right side of the slide, there's a list of programs classified by the Commission decision as, quote, non-event-based load modifying programs. Now, the common denominator here is that these programs are driven by invariant retail rates. Note that 2 of these programs, critical peak pricing, peak time rebate, are normally thought of as event-based resources. However, in the context of the bifurcation framework, these programs are regarded as non-event load modifying DR resources. In terms of how the capacity associated with any of these load modifying programs is accounted for, there are at least 2 different methods applied by California Energy Commission, and these methods have already been applied by Lynn just a few minutes ago. So before leaving this slide, I should note that the vast majority of the DR megawatts are on the supply side. If we round up the numbers, the supply side portfolio is roughly 75% larger than the load modifying megawatts this year. Next slide, please. So here I just want to highlight how the behind the meter hybrid fits into the bifurcation framework. So the hybrid resource involves deployment of solar and solar with a paired battery located at a customer site. These resources are sometimes referred to as virtual power plants. So I'll just use the term interchangeably. So on the left side, one of the three third-party third parties DR providers actually already qualified for next year, and they were approved on the basis of a load impact protocol proposal that involves behind the meter hybrid resources. Now, in a moment, I'll discuss some specific characteristics of such a resource. For now, I'll note that this resource has the capability to export across the premise meter. That is, often the battery at the customer site will have more capacity available than the customer's demand. In that case, if the battery is dispatched to discharge its full capacity, the battery could easily offset the customer's load down to zero and energy to the distribution grid. However, in the current rule, as part of the qualification process, a zero capacity value was assigned to this excess capacity available with the hybrid resource operating as a supply side resource. Now, on the right side, earlier this year, we did receive a LIP proposal for a virtual power plant, namely the hybrid resource, from a different supplier, positioning the resource as a load modifying resource and seeking full capacity, seek capacity value for its batteries, including the export portion. Unfortunately, because the proposal conflicted with the existing policy constraints I discussed earlier, we had no choice but to decline this proposal. Next slide, please. So just digging a little bit deeper into the concept of virtual power plants, I'll just go over some general characteristics of dispatchable behind the meter solar plus storage aggregation that is not integrated into the CAISO market. In other words, the DR provider wants to operate the resource as a load modifier for reducing an LSE's peak load. So the point is the primary driver for deploying these solutions is likely to be resiliency. That is, the battery of the hybrid resource is designed to have enough reserve capacity needed to sustain critical loads in the customer residence during a grid outage. The third point here is that the hybrid resource is interconnected to the grid under Rule 21 section specific to net energy metering. And so this means that an export permit for the solar plus battery pair is automatically included with the interconnection permit. Excuse me. Now, some of these installations may or may not be SGIP subsidized. And the fifth point here that the basic battery module of the hybrid asset is typically sized, today at least, to be about 5 to 7 kilowatts in nameplate discharge capacity and 10 to 13 kilowatt hours of energy storage capacities. A specific customer site may have 1, 2, or 3 such modules, depending on the size of the customer's load. These numbers are typical for residential customers. For commercial customers, the batteries could be, of course, much larger. Next slide, please. Actually, let's back up for a second. So the last point here is that, well, I'm actually on point number 6. So the VPP could be dispatched via 2 methods. One could be considered a load shape type dispatch, where the battery cycles daily for energy arbitrage in accordance with the customer's time of use rate. And the other method could be considered a load shared or event-based dispatch. In this case, the dispatch is performed in accordance with the DI forecast of peak load conditions. And then the seventh point here, I guess it's important to note here that many batteries in this aggregated resource, as I noted earlier, would likely have substantial excess capacity such that the batteries would be able to export relative to the house meter if the aggregator allowed the batteries to fully discharge. Now, it is this excess capacity that could show up as exported energy to the distribution grid. Providers are trying to monetize by seeking a CPUC recognized capacity value, since the exports could still be contributing to an LSC's peak load reduction. Now, next slide, please. So the question is, at this point, what would it take from a policy perspective to allow the VPP to, one, operate as a load modifying resource, and secondly, receive a non-zero capacity value, including its export capability. I've listed here some issues that the CPUC, along with the other two agencies, need to consider and address for load modifying DR pathway to be made available for behind the meter hybrid resources. Now, I should note that we would not be at this time discussing potential solutions to address these issues in this presentation. My intent here is to simply highlight and frame the issues for subsequent discussion. So the first issue is, of course, to revisit the trigger mechanism earlier and determine what requirements should apply to the VPP dispatch. Now, prior to bifurcation, the utilities actually utilized a variety of different trigger mechanisms to dispatch their programs. And these mechanisms included peak load forecast, sometimes based on temperature, sometimes even based on system heat rates, and there were other examples. However, in 2015, the 2015 decision rejected all of these trigger options, and essentially it imposed a high bar to be satisfied by a proposed trigger. And I guess as an aside, I mean, it appears that there may be some ideas in play now that were perhaps not considered in the earlier proceeding that could be potential candidates for a dispatch trigger mechanism. So let me just go on to the second issue here, which is whether there should be any availability requirements applied to load modifying DR resources similar to supply side resources. As we all know, there are certain minimum RA availability requirements that supply side resources must satisfy, such as the resource must be available, such that the resource must be able to sustain its load reduction capacity over 4-hour duration on 3 consecutive days. Also, the resource must be dispatchable for at least 24 hours per month during the peak seasons. So the question is, should similar requirements apply to the VPP load modifier or some different type of requirements? So looking at issue number 3 is, of course, the question of battery export capacity should be included in the hybrid resources capacity value. So these 3 resources so far are what I would regard as the primary policy issues to be addressed by CPUC and the other agencies. The next item 4 is really an ex post measurement issue. That is, how should the capacity value be measured during an event? Now, there are at least 2 different options here. One option is to just measure the capacity based on the whole premise meter. The advantage here is that the measurements would be based on standard utility grade meter. The disadvantage is that the resulting capacity measurement, even if exports are counted, would be derated below the actual capacity of the hybrid resource, according to the DR providers. The other option is to rely directly on the sub-meter embedded within the battery's inverter. The issue here is that, as far as I know, there's currently no recognized standard regulating the embedded meter. So the question is, should a standard be established to regulate these meters? Next slide, please. So continuing with the list of issues here, the next two issues really relate to ex-ante projections. So the issue number 5 is whether the current load impact protocols are adequate to establish ex-ante capacity of behind-the-meter hybrid resources. This is more of an issue if the ex-post is based on the whole premise meter. If the measurement relies on embedded meters, then the protocols may be considered a moot issue. Issue number 6 is about how should any potential double counting issues be resolved. So this question arises because the resource capacity value should really be based on the load impact achieved during an event that is incremental to any underlying regularly occurring load reductions due to other reasons, such as time of use rate. So once again, we see that incrementality is a recurring issue whenever we talk about distributed energy resources. So issues 7 and 8 relate to how the planning framework. And so specifically in number 7, we're talking about how the VPP capacity should be counted in the current resource adequacy /CEC planning framework. And then issue number 8 goes to how should the VPP capacity be handled in the annual process for determining local requirements and allocations to the LSCs. Now, I have a footnote under number 8 referring to recent developments. As some of you know, CAISO has proposed some changes to the local RA crediting rules recently. And the consequence of these rules, if adopted, would be that DR capacity would not be recognized unless the DR resource is shown on CAISO supply plans. And so moving on to issue number 9, this is about what type of PUC oversight, if any, should apply to LSC contracts involving these hybrid resources with third-party DR providers. For example, if the resource underperforms below contracted capacity, should there be some type of penalty applied or required? Number 10 is just simply a catch-all for a range of other secondary issues that I'm not going to get into at this time. I guess in the interest of time, I'll make that my last comment, and I'll be available to address any questions during the Q&A period or now, Simone, if that's permitted. Otherwise, I'm ready to hand the microphone over to Delphine at this point.
Hello, it's 12:35.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that. Okay, maybe I'll just start and you can flag me if there are additional questions. So my name is Delphine. I'm Director of California Regulatory Affairs at the California ISO. So thank you all very much for having us at the workshop. And I think this is an important topic. And I know I'm keeping you all between now and lunch, but I think the CAISO's comments on this panel are relatively brief because much of what we're looking at in terms of load modifying demand response is already reflected in the CEC forecast. So I just want to note that that's a very important connection and process that's purposely set up that way because eventually that CEC forecast and all of the work that's done there, including reflecting the load modifying demand response, is eventually flowed through in our planning processes. And very importantly, that's our annual transmission planning process, as well as our local capacity studies, which are then provided to the CPUC, local capacity as well as flexible capacity studies, that's then filed into the CPUC resource adequacy proceeding every year. So I think with that, there is
this very well thought out kind of relationship where the pieces are building on top of each other, that we do have the appropriate inputs flowing through the planning processes so that we are aligned. But I want to note that the question here today that I think is fairly important revolves around what Commissioner Randolph had teed up in her opening comments, which is the need to maintain the integrity of the RA program, kind of why we have the RA program and how do we define that going forward. And I want to pull in a little bit of a thread that the back and forth conversation I think that occurred between Eric Little and Commissioner McAllister, and looking at what the RA program is really trying to solve. And I would argue that the process that we have today is actually maybe set up appropriately to address the problem, but we don't have all the tools that we need. And what I mean by that is, again, as I said, the CEC has the analysis, looks at the load modifying demand response that's already, in addition to generation, for example, behind the meter PV, all of that is reflected in the load forecast. Then that is provided to the CAISO in our planning processes, so that when we do transmission planning or looking at local capacity or flexible capacity, we already assume that that load is being addressed through other means, either behind the meter DR, behind the meter generation, et cetera. So, at this point in time, we do have that process where we are not, double counting. We understand, which resources are affecting what, but that the processes do come together. I think though now we're at an inflection point with the idea of, the more complicated behind the meter hybrid resources, both load curtailment and generation, of where that would fit. But I would note that I think in my perspective, it's not so much that we don't have the right coordination and means to deal with it, but that we're probably in a space where we don't have enough data and information to be able to make precise decisions upon, how that impacts reliability. So I think a lot of this is trying to get that visibility that we talked about in the last panel, to try to understand, where that data lies and how that can be used appropriately, so that we can be assured that there is that reliability feedback loop in all of our processes. And I think Alok's presentation really, brought that to bear in that virtual PowerPoint, the virtual power plant, not virtual PowerPoints. We're doing the virtual PowerPoints, but it was a virtual power plant where the issue is, from the CAISO perspective, it's being categorized as a supply side resource. So automatically we're feeling like that is the fleet of resources that would be helping us operate the grid and operating through real-time conditions. Yet, operationally, it's more categorized as a load modifier. So we really lose that connection. We kind of lose that meaning of the RA program. And I think there we were kind of eroding the integrity of that. And so I think to get that back right, there is a lot of data that we do need to know and understand. So at the moment, I think the tension, though, is currently going through the CEC process. It is a longer road, as Lynn presented in her slides, where if we didn't have the data, we could wait for that response to kind of flow through naturally through the demand forecast, but that there is a significant time lag there. But I think to fast forward that, we also do need kind of that assurance to understand where these programs are most effective and, how they would be called. And not to say there isn't a template for that. I think, going through energy efficiency and looking at additional achievable energy efficiency, we were able to, create that pathway going forward. But again, that took a long time in trying to understand, how effective these programs are, the funding, how it would be accounted for, and where it would be more appropriately accounted for. So I think we're in that similar space today. And the last thing, I guess two things I want to touch upon. I think from the original intent here, there's also that tension about, specifically for local capacity. The fact that I think, as we'll see in the later presentations in the panel, is that there's this idea that if it's being counted as a load modifier, some of those attributes or benefits for the behind-the-meter hybrid resources aren't accruing directly to a load-serving entity. So there is that tension there that I don't know if precisely the current process can address, but it is something that is fundamentally part of the process that exists today, is that all of those load modifiers do help the grid in general, so that when we are planning for it, that load is already taken off. So that's the paradigm that we're looking at right now, and I think that's an important issue as we work through this to try to see if that is a barrier, if that's something that needs to be purposefully addressed. One last point I'll close in just as a follow-up to the prior panel and some of the questions being asked there. I do want to clarify that for the CAISO, there is an additional distributed generation DG deliverability study. I do want to clarify that that is an annual process, but each time we run through the process, it takes about 2 years to run through it. But the goal of it is to try to see if we can add more distributed generation through our processes without, incurring additional upgrades, looking at whatever capacity is available so that in a way they can be fast track and kind of reach commercial operations sooner. So there is that additional study available, but we'll note that, of late, there's less and less kind of available transmission or latent transmission capability. So there isn't sort of either as much space or interest in that sphere, though that is a process that the CAISO does have. So I'll end my thoughts there. Thank you.
Thank you, panelists. I believe Commissioner Randolph had to step away, but do any of the other commissioners have any questions?
Yeah, this is Andrew McAllister. I just wanted to ask a quick question. I guess it's partly mainly to Delphine, but I really appreciate both of your presentations. Although your deep dive was really welcome. So one comment. I mean, you really have to be quite. It's a lot of effort just to even keep track. Like if you're an innovator out there in the marketplace with a demand management, load flexibility tool and you want to work with end users, customers, really in any sector, to really kind of navigate this program landscape is a daunting challenge unto itself. And I think if we could unpack this along the way here and look at the program landscape, with the half dozen or more kind of offerings and potential, and the value stack, this one conflicts with that one, and kind of like we can do lots of different things from a technical perspective, but how do we actually bring those to a marketplace and get paid for providing, specific services? If we sort of take it upon ourselves to look at this from the usability perspective, and like almost like the customer perspective, if our customer is, the service providers and aggregators out there in the marketplace, and then match that up, obviously, with use technical rigor to match that up to the needs of the grid. Hopefully, we can sort of simplify and make this more usable for actual companies and customers out there. So that's just a comment. It really is. It does. The complexity just of the program environment is probably a barrier in and of itself. So I guess I'm wanting maybe Delphine to comment on this path C that was in the original graphic that really purports to bridge between event-driven and load modifying. And absolutely, our forecast captures the load modifying, and the whole goal of that is to actually change the overall load shape and now net load shape to optimize, right, and to sort of push and prod in ways that bring it in line with the availability of renewables and the carbon content and the reliability needs of the grid. But at the same time, when we have events like in August, the ISO could push a button and take really, the behind the meter batteries or the thermostats out there and use them in a way that's not load modifying, but is actually event driven, even though they're on the same or similar groups of customer premises. And so I guess I'm wondering sort of, you talked a little bit about this perhaps already, but, how the challenges of bridging that gap and keeping it kind of clean and accountable. I really do see that as a solvable problem. And so I want to kind of get your ideas about the path forward for actually solving it and making sure, we're avoiding double counting and all that, but that we actually do allow that kind of a functionality to scale.
Sure, that's a great question. I really appreciate it. And maybe I'll be a little bit controversial and kind of answer that with a few questions of my own. So what we struggle with, I think, in looking at resources that are provided into the RA program is we're asking, and as I think as everyone is aware of, the grid is evolving. So we're asking for more flexibility, for more optionality, for more ability to address sort of non-traditional time periods, whether it's, the net demand peak or even just a situation over the weekend or overnight. So whilst we're struggling with needing more flexibility, I think it seems like a paradox to say, well, here's a bunch of resources that you can only activate them in an emergency. So then that drives you into a corner of, okay, well, how do you define emergency? Is it always on peak? Is it always Monday through Friday? Is it always between the hours of 4 to 9, et cetera? So I think there's a little bit of a struggle in terms of, I think we're trying to preserve some autonomy for the end consumer, but at the same time provide something that's more useful to the CAISO. And I think that what the CAISO is asking for is more of that flexibility. I also do feel like there is a time lag problem, which is we're not saying no to such resources, but to the extent that they would be as a load modifier, there is the idea of a lag there, and that's not good for trying to commercialize some of these resources, and I completely understand that that's a big commercial barrier. So, maybe that's one solvable route. And so I kind of feel like in terms of, pulling things together, I would argue that maybe we are pulling unlike things together in terms of there's an RA program that does one thing. There are resources that potentially can be extraordinarily helpful, but do those two things naturally belong together? And I think that's where the tension is between the customer side and the grid side needs, and then kind of keeping some of this as more, purely, emergency-like resources. So we are looking for something that the CAISO can dispatch, have in the market more consistently, because even as a market operator, just in, sorry, not the reliability side, but just the market side, the pure monetary side of running the market, some of the problems that we do have is when some of these resources kind of swoop in an emergency, that really does change the pricing and the landscape in the market. And, that kind of turns things upside down, especially when you're in the middle of an emergency. So what we would prefer really is a deep pool of resources that we can pull from that can serve the load. And maybe that is just the remaining load. So in the forecast, embedded in the forecast is, all the behind the meter PV. And that obviously takes out a chunk of the load that the CAISO plans to. And unless something sort of out of the ordinary happens, we just assume that behind the meter solar will always be serving that load. So I think if these resources are showing that level of consistency and reliability, great, then the CAISO will not be planning for it on the T side. So I do feel like that naturally will come together, but I feel like we're in this inflection point where that hasn't been absorbed. We don't have the data, and we're dealing with that tension of how do we get started?
Yeah. So I really appreciate that, and I think the question has both to do with RA and whatever it looks like and covers in the future, right? So you're referring to resources that may or may not, and maybe may not more probably fit into RA per se, but still can be valuable and help the grid, right? So maybe we need to do a better job at defining those products and making it possible for those resources to participate in a marketplace and get paid for it, regardless of whether we're having a conversation, in the RA bucket.
Right, and on the other side, for those that want to be in the wholesale market, as Jill presented, we are working very hard to create those pathways. But I think we do need to kind of recognize that just because you make that pathway doesn't mean that, makes it commercially viable or is the right place. But we, at minimum, want to make the pathway so that in and of itself is not a barrier.
Right. Thanks. Thanks a lot. Looks like Cliff.
Simone, I have two questions, one from Commissioner Randolph, one from me, but since we only have 5 minutes, I'm going to ask the panelists to really be very, very concise in responding. And if they can't, then we can talk about it later. The first question is for Alok. Alok, given what you said, should we reconsider the 2015 decision that imposed this very high bar for a dispatch trigger mechanism? And you mentioned that there's some new evolving ideas developing that might even meet the old high bar. So quickly, should we reevaluate that trigger mechanism, and what's happening that may meet even the high bar mechanism?
Yeah, I think, I mean, if you're asking my personal opinion, I think it's probably worthwhile revisiting the policies restricting, the capacity valuation for load modifying resources. I mean, in terms of candidates for trigger mechanism, I'm speculating a bit here as to whether it will satisfy the high bar, but what I was thinking about was in San Diego phase 2, some parties put forward a proposal for dynamic rates where the energy component was linked to CAISO locational marginal price. I think there are certain characteristics there that make, if the hybrid resource or the virtual power plant is responding to such a dynamic rate linked to the CAISO market, it can probably monetize its full capacity value and impact the planning process through CEC's embedded forecast. It's really a dialogue between the DRP and the LSE in terms of DRP's ability to reduce the LSE's peak obligation. From CAISO perspective, you would simply be looking at, load taken off the peak. It's a longer conversation here, but you asked me to be concise. I was trying to keep it simple.
Yes, well, we can follow up and something worth thinking about. Actually, Simone, I don't want to take, if Commissioner Shromo or Guzman Aceves or anyone else has a question, they should get and be put in the queue ahead of me. If not, I'll ask Delphine a very quick question. Given what you said, just one in your comments, you said we need to be more flexible, have more options, need to have, look at more granular periods of time. Does that suggest the answer to one of Alok's questions about whether there should be symmetry between supply side and load modifying resources? Should the answer to that be no, that maybe we need very different products to deal with, 10 hours of the year when we have the greatest net peak load demand situation, and that we haven't been necessarily developing products for? So that's more food for thought, but maybe you could comment on that.
My most concise answer is yes. But yes, we should look into that. I do agree that they are fundamentally different.
Thank you for being so concise. Both of you guys, great.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions from the panelists? If not, maybe we can fit in a few other questions. All right, we have some questions from Jinno for Lynn. Can the CEC accommodate removal of DERs from LSE-specific forecasts to support more simplified incrementality assessments? And what are the rules, requirements, and processes for the CEC verification process to give it certainty to remove DER capacity reducing impacts from the forecast?
Okay, so we're part of that. So we specified kind of the rules and the data requirements in our demand forms, which the RA demand forecast data request. And we may, modify that over time. So that specifies what data is provided, and then we're going to use that to evaluate the reasonableness of assumptions as compared to CEC forecasting assumptions, since those are already modeled for things that are already modeled in our forecast. I'm not sure I understood the first part, how removing it from the forecast to simplify. We are asking you to itemize it on your demand forecast. So from our point of view, that's the whole point, is that we can specifically quantify what's embedded in your forecast. And then, you know, as we make adjustments to that, maybe there's a coincidence adjustment or whatever, we can report that back to the LSE of, you know, what exactly was included. But let me know if there's something else you had in mind and we can discuss that further.
So Lynn, could you clarify what you mean when you say that CPP is not included in the CEC hourly forecast?
Right, so we start with an hourly TAC area forecast, and the monthly peaks are what drives our RA reference forecast. So we're not including CPP in that because we can't really identify which specific days on which it'll be dispatched. But the process we've been following is to take those monthly TAC area peaks, and then we get the estimated CPP projections from the PUC, and for the purposes of the RA process, we adjust the CEC reference forecast, and then we allow credit for those programs to the LSEs.
This is for Delphine.
Sorry.
For Delphine, the CAISO has stated on numerous occasions that the current number of PDR resources is slowing down their market settlement systems. Would they be able to manage a potentially large number of BTM hybrid resources?
Okay, well, I wasn't aware of that, but you know, it's a really good question. I think we're doing our best to accommodate, but it's true when you're trying to operate a wholesale market of 46 to 50,000 megawatt demand. I think it will be a challenge to track every 100 kilowatt. We're going to do the best we can, but at the same time, I think as Jill presented, part of that architecture of looking at probably a distribution system operator is maybe also looking for some help in getting a dance partner on the distribution side to try to see if there's some balance there. Because, at the moment, sort of as the market, I mean, we're the wholesale market, but we are in a way kind of the market that a lot of people naturally look to. It will be challenging, I think, for all of us. It's challenging for smaller entities, but it's also challenging for us to try to kind of find each other and meet that way. So, yeah, we are happy to accommodate FERC orders and otherwise down to 100 kW. But yes, if we got a huge flood of those tomorrow, yeah, I think we would be looking at some IT challenges. So, every 100 kilowatt resource takes as much effort as a 500 megawatt resource to map, to register, to, get all of the modeling into our networks. And so it's about, more or less the same effort. So it'll be, yeah, it'll be a lot.
For Lynn, how is net exported energy from BTM solar accounted for in the CEC's load forecast?
Yeah, right now we do make sure that the consumption we're starting with doesn't include the NEM surplus exports to the grid. We're not doing that at a great deal of granularity. So that's, kind of our problem on lack of, have hourly data on behind the meter resources. So that's something that could be improved. And if we had export to the grid, we'd also, more of that. We'd really want to make sure that we're not counting generation consumption on the behind the meter in our demand forecast.
For Alok and Lynn, what are your thoughts on providing a demand credit for LMDR, Alok's option 2, for the first year or two of a new resource's participation, and then transition to measured impacts on peak load, current practice, for subsequent years?
Well, I think if it's permanent, if it's a load modifying resource, then yeah, you would only need a credit. It would only be appropriate to get a credit in the first, maybe 2 years until it's embedded in recorded loads, and then, you assume whatever it's doing is reflected in the loads that are the basis for the forecast. So that makes sense if we have that type of pathway available.
Yeah, I have nothing to add to that. I mean, I think the question, so I'm referring to Lynn on this.
Delphine, could you describe the type and perhaps scope and scale of data that the CAISO is looking for looking to generate more comfort with the reliability of these novel resources?
Well, I guess it depends on where this is going. So I think we still stand by that. If it's for RA, then it should be in the market and dispatchable. I think if it's load modifier, I kind of more defer to Lynn and the CEC in terms of kind of the analysis that they need, the data they need to do the analysis to be able to, reflect that in the forecast.
The no export rule in PDR strands a significant amount of BTM storage capacity behind the meter. What is the principal impediment to modifying PDR to allow exports?
Maybe I'll take that one. I think as Jill reflected, if you're exporting, you're fundamentally doing a different thing. So if you can curtail and export, then you more or less are providing the services and the functionality of an NGR, and there is a process for that. So I feel like this is a little bit, we're a little bit talking past each other in terms of the criticism that PDR is limited. I feel like if you're going to PDR, the understanding is that is for a load reduction service, and that has a much more simplified pathway. But if that's not the intent, or if that's not ultimately the intent, then there are other avenues for that. I think we're trying to present that fairly clearly, and what the impact may be. Thank you.
Let's have one more question before lunch. I'm sure everyone's hungry. Could you address the treatment of DERPs for RA?
I think we went through that already, but again, as Jill mentioned in her presentation, so the idea is that the CAISO has a pathway, but I think folks are saying, well, it's difficult for me to participate if I'm not also in the RA program. So the quandary is, okay, well then how do we develop a QC counting methodology? And I think as the conversation between Jill and Eric prior is that's very complicated. I mean, if we're looking at an aggregation, the whole purpose of it is likely to aggregate dissimilar resources. So you'll have some resources maybe that can only curtail load, that can only generate, and then other resources within that can do both. So trying to find sort of a common QC for that is fairly complicated. And Simona, I find it ironic you're asking me that question, because I know we kind of went through that same process trying to develop QC for hybrid, in front of the meter hybrid resources, and how complicated that got in our discussions back and forth, and what resources would or wouldn't be doing, tax incentives, other incentives, et cetera. So I think that's probably, it's not a barrier, like Eric Little said, it's not an insurmountable barrier, but it is just complex.
Just to be clear, these are not my questions. I even if I'm not always saying people's names, I'm just reading them. But on that note, we'll go eat lunch, and we'll start up promptly at 2 o'clock with our stakeholder panel. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
It was still ironic. We're after
2. Okay, Rachel's back on. I don't know if we have critical mass of commissioners. I feel like we should go back on, but you know, Cliff, Andrew, Leanne, any of you guys back yet?
This is Leanne. I'm back.
Okay.
This is Mark. I'm back.
Okay.
I'm back.
Okay. All right.
Ed, this is Cliff. I'm back, but just in listen mode.
Okay, perfect. Well, I'm going to go by my old
Me
committee
too.
consultant rules, and we have at least one person from each agency back. So why don't we get started if everybody's ready?
Yeah, great.
Okay. And just logistics, are we up and live already, or is there anything else that needs to happen?
We're all set.
We're all set. Great. Okay. Well, everybody, welcome to the afternoon's panels. You know, for those of you who have come back for the late lunch, thank you for coming back. This afternoon's panel, well, first off, I should introduce myself. I'm Edward Randolph. I'm the Deputy Executive Director for Energy, Climate, and Climate Policy at the PUC. This morning, we heard from staff at all 3 agencies about program design around a number of programs that would support behind the meter resources and a number of challenges that we may face as we move into a future where we're trying to support more behind the meter resources. And I don't think it was a word that was used this morning, but try to find more value streams for these resources, such as using them for RA by giving them a capacity value, or finding other ways that these resources can be used to support the grid, especially at times of high demand. This afternoon, we'll have a stakeholder panel. We'll hear from representatives from East Bay Community Energy, from Pacific Gas and Electric, from Sunrun, from GridWorks, and from the California Public Advisor's Office, Cal PA, within the PUC. As a setup for this afternoon, I'd like to take a step back and remind the panelists and everybody one of the goals of this workshop today and why this workshop was being set up as a tri-agency workshop. As I think everybody's heard this morning, a lot of the issues that have been raised over the past years on developing more means to take advantage of behind the meter resources, it truly is a multi-agency effort to make this work. And it's only going to work through a collaborative effort among the agencies. So we thought it was very important to have a workshop with all the agencies where the agencies themselves can focus on where we need to work together. But I think as importantly, the stakeholders become more aware of where the intersections between the agencies are, and the stakeholders can help the agencies figure these issues out collectively. And, you know, just as an illustrative example, and I'm sure folks at the other agencies feel the same way sometimes as I do, but oftentimes people will come into the PUC, meet with us and say, you know, but for this program rule or but for this thing, our behind the meter resource market plan would work really well. You just need to change your one rule. And we look at it and say, well, that's great, but actually that wouldn't help because there's this other rule over at the CAISO that also needs to be changed, or we need to do that in coordination with the Energy Commission. And so, you know, focusing on one agency to solve the problem out there isn't going to be very effective on these complex issues like this. So one of the goals today is to start to put that, you know, not to start, a lot of you people are aware of that, but to help focus on these issues a little bit more and hopefully have the stakeholders understand that they need to help us work through these issues a little bit more as well. Another thing I want to raise, and so with that, actually, I'd like, as the presenters this afternoon go through their presentations, to keep that in mind and think about how in your presentations and how we move forward, we can work through those issues. I'd also just like to note, a number of issues that were raised this morning as challenges out there, and just reiterate some of those so we can focus on some of those this afternoon. I mean, we heard that if resources are going to be used for RA, there needs to be some visibility into what's going on. The CAISO especially needs to know how they're performing. You didn't hear from the PUC, but it's equally important to the PUC that we have some visibility on how they're performing, not in real time, but over longer term, so we can make sure that ratepayers are receiving value for things that ratepayers may be paying for. They must meet certain attributes in the market and be able to respond at times when they're needed. That may mean things like having specific must-offer obligations. It may be must-offer obligations that are modified from the current obligations, but still some obligations nonetheless. They must follow interconnection rules, sometimes both, and sometimes one or the other. Interconnection rules that ensure that the resources are actually deliverable. There's some good conversation about the technical reasons on why that was needed this morning, but also interconnection obligations to make sure these behind-the-meter resources, if they are net exporting, are actually safe, and providing, or aren't making a grid that is unsafe, and they themselves are safe and don't create risk to the grid. We heard, that, or I think we'll hear this afternoon from some folks that the combination of those rules really make it hard to even test how these resources are going to work. One of the panelists this morning stated, and I think we would all agree with this, is we need to find some low-risk ways to test these systems, to see how they work, and learn from those and build on those. And I think we all agree with that. And there are actually a number of places where we are testing those. But at the same time, I often get feedback from some of the stakeholders out there that the challenge they have is these low-risk tests move too slowly, or too small of an audience, in ways that they can't get financing for their business model. That they need us to be ready to go all in big in the next year. And so small tests may put them out of business. And we're sensitive to that and want to build on those issues. So that's a complex set of issues that I've just laid out there in a little over 5 minutes. I laid that out there because I would like the panelists to think about this as they go through their own presentations, and may follow up with some questions at the end on this as well. So with that, let me hand it over to Stephanie from East Bay Clean Energy to go through her presentation.
Thank you, Ed. And thank you so much for having me today. My name is Stephanie Tannenhouse. I'm with East Bay Community Energy, and will be providing some thoughts on the issues that were raised in the recent Track 2 RA decision, as well as that have been discussed earlier today. So we can move to the next slide, please. Thank you. So I really appreciate the robust and substantive discussion that we've had so far. And so, maybe by starting with guiding principles, we might be taking a little bit of a step back. But I just wanted to begin with these high-level principles, partially to kind of highlight the fact that I don't think any of these are especially groundbreaking. So, these principles, or very similar principles, have been developed in many other venues, like the multi-use application working group, which I know has been mentioned a couple times today. But I just thought it was a good place to start, and kind of a good framework as we're considering the complex problems that have been raised. It's also a good reminder that we've tackled very similar issues before, but in maybe in slightly different contexts. And so there are opportunities to borrow or build on that work. So the first principle here, sorry, I'm still on principles, thank you. The first principle sounds rather obvious, and that's that policies and programs should incentivize resources to perform in ways that are consistent with grid needs. So from a societal and cost effectiveness perspective, if we can align those two things, then that's where we'll see the greatest value. And then the second principle, which has been a really big theme today, is that there shouldn't be any double counting of a resource's reliability contribution. So, whether a resource is on the supply or demand side, we need to make sure that that resource isn't being accounted for somewhere else. Third is, this might be the kind of more controversial, but the QC of a resource should be based on its contribution to meeting capacity need. So for the same technology with the same dispatch capabilities, but maybe located at a different place on the grid, it seems like it's appropriate to apply the same methodology, or at least start there. I think that there may be some arguments for specific modifications, depending on if a lack of losses for behind the meter resources or a PRM adjustment, that kind of thing. But just kind of philosophically, that it seems like the place to start. And then finally, this one has to do with attribution. And that's that an LSE that is making an investment or contracting with a specific resource should be credited directly with the reliability contribution of that resource. So this is, of course, true on the supply side, but for load mod resources, that principle seems like it should also apply. And I think we heard from Lynn how, with the right data and with the right information, the CEC is able to provide this. Next slide. So going a little bit deeper on the question of incrementality, again, it's not the first time that we've talked about incrementality, and I think that we've made progress in other areas and in the multi-use application working group, and so I think building on that history and those conversations seems like a good place to start. And while this is a very tricky issue, it does feel like a solvable problem. So I kind of laid out how I theoretically feel like this could be addressed, and that's starting with what we heard from Lynn, where LSEs and now CAs as well are providing information to the CEC regarding our load modifying investments that have been made in respective service areas. And so that information, based on that information, the CEC is then able to make LSE specific adjustments to the peaks that are used to define RA obligations. And so, supply side contracts are obviously excluded from the CEC's peak forecast and are applied directly to meeting LSE's RA obligations. But kind of regardless of whether it's on the load modification or the supply side, there can be contractual obligations and that are specifying the dispatch requirements for those resources. And, at least with the case with hybrid solar plus storage and standalone storage resources, we can measure their performance. So it kind of simplifies things on the measurement front because, we know exactly how much those resources are physically discharging. Next slide. So speaking of physical discharge, that can, of course, go beyond what the on-site load is at any given time. So that kind of brings us to the question of how the QC or the reliability value of behind-the-meter resources should be established. So to me, I guess this is another area where it seems like we've done the work, right? I mean, there may well be other issues to address before we can fully operationalize this approach. But, you know, kind of ideologically, when you think about what the reliability value is for a behind the meter hybrid resource that has the same capabilities as it, or, you know, the same resource located in front of the meter, seems like that it makes a lot of sense to apply that same methodology, again, at least as a starting point. So behind the meter resources serve that on-site load first, but then they discharge beyond that, and that net export capability can then contribute to meeting other load during times that the grid needs it. So if we exclude that, and if we only look at the on-site load reduction, then we're really missing out on this significant portion of those resources capabilities, and kind of going back to that first principle, it seems to violate that, where, you know, shouldn't we be incentivizing performance in a way that is going to maximize grid benefits, and doesn't that include allowing resources with the capability to net export when the grid needs it? And so just a kind of a last thought, and this maybe ties in with some of what Ed was speaking to. You know, I think that we've talked a lot about these really complicated challenges, but I think that Commissioner McAllister made a similar comment earlier today that I basically took to mean that we can still make progress and kind of move forward preliminarily, you know, with a framework, or maybe, you know, peel away some of these questions and then continue to make refinements along the way. So, you know, what we start with might not be perfect, and it might not be what we end up with, and maybe that's okay. And obviously, there's a really big risk to overcounting what the RA value is, or undercounting like what the RA needs are. And so we should do everything to avoid that risk. But I guess it seems like there's also a really large risk to inaction, especially right now when we face a tightening grid in the near term. So then next section, this is going to switch gears a little bit to an issue that actually hasn't been discussed today, but it's one that EBCE is concerned about regarding the recent adoption of the Central Procurement Framework for local RA, and how that impacts EBCEs and other LSCs like us that are considering making local behind the meter investments. Next slide. So for anyone who hasn't been following this closely, the Central Procurement Framework for local RA was adopted in July and is set to begin for the 2023 RA year. And so this requires PG&E and SCE to procure all the local RA for all of the LSEs in each of their respective territories. But one consequence or issue with this approach is that there's currently no mechanism in that framework for LSCs that are investing in behind the meter resources that then in turn you know, offset the need for the central procurement entity to procure supply side local RA. That benefit, there's no way to pass that full benefit on to the customers of the LSC making that investment. Next slide. So just to quickly walk through the mechanics of that, if EBCE were to invest in peak load reductions for our customers, which is something that we're very interested in and pursuing, the cost of that goes through the generation charge of EBCE customers. And that investment that is reducing peak load then reduces the amount of local RA that PG&E needs to procure to meet the overall needs in their area. And so the costs of the CPE are lowered, and then that in turn kind of lowers everybody's costs a little bit. That, you know, basically kind of spreads that benefit around. And so essentially EBCE customers have paid to lower everyone else's bill from the CPE a little bit. But meanwhile, their generation rates are higher, and that's kind of subsidized all the other PG&E area LSE customers. Next slide. So we've thought about a few different potential options for solutions. I think, you know, these are our starting point, and we're interested in others' thoughts. But, you know, first, instead of using the CAM for cost allocation, the central buyer could bill LSEs directly for their peak load share of local RA, and then LSEs can then bill their own customers through their generation rates. So I think that's kind of the cleanest and preserves all the right incentives. Alternatively, though, the central buyer could bill customers directly through some kind of, you know, new generation charge. And again, that would be kind of tied back to each LSE's peak load share. Or the third option, which, you know, isn't ideal, but it is another possible option, is that the central buyer differentiates CAM charges based on the underlying LSE's peak load shares. So that's kind of maintains this rate distortion, but at least you know, total customer bills aren't higher because of an LSE's investments. So the bottom line here is that LSE customers pay the costs of their load reductions, but then they're able to capture the full benefit of that reduced share of local RA costs. I think that's my last slide. Thank you.
Okay, Martin, you're up.
All right. Thank you. So first, I just want to thank the various commissioners and other participants for inviting me and for spending the day talking on this very important topic. I should introduce myself, Martin Uspiansky from Pacific Gas and Electric. My presentation is going to be relatively short, I think, because I'm going to mirror a lot of the comments that were made by others, including Eric, Jill, and a lot of the guiding principles, I think, will overlap with what Stephanie had just talked about. So I think this will go quick, but I'm hoping that that leaves more time for a good dialogue at the end. So let me first say that IOUs are supportive of greater integration of behind-the-meter resources into the CAISO markets and the RA program. But I think there's some guiding principles we need to follow, and I'll touch on these, and then I'll touch on some of the key questions, which I think we've really touched on throughout the day. So first is this issue of, and I will also add that these issues are sort of overlapping, right? So part of the reason it's sort of shown this way is they're sort of intertwined with each other in order to achieve kind of the goals of allowing behind-the-meter resources to participate, but doing so in a way that's safe, reliable, and fair. So on safe and reliable, I think Eric touched on this quite a bit, and I think others have as well. I mean, one is the issue around if we're transitioning to resources exporting to the grid and they were not studied for export, we really need to understand, can the distribution grid handle those exports? There's one issue there around, during just normal days, is the distribution grid without causing overloads? And then the second one is the distribution grid is often reconfigured to deal with either work that's being done or due to outages or other issues. And so we need to also understand, can it function under normal circumstances, but also to the extent that the grid has been rearranged. On the reliability side, it's really the counting. So, I really appreciate Stephanie's comment on how do we think about behind the meter resources versus in front of the meter resources. And to the extent that we want to count them similarly, we also have to make sure that we have similar rules and obligations not only contractually, but also within the CAISO bidding obligations and other kind of rules that historically in front of the meter resources have had. And that, that's both the interconnection side as well as operationally when they're participating in the market. On the incrementality side, again, I think everyone has said this, we really need to avoid double counting. So that's one issue. And secondly, and this ties really to the fair compensation, is to the extent we're going to compensate for RA or for added benefits, they really do need to be incremental, because in many cases, these resources are already being compensated for their base function, either through public purpose programs, NEM, or other participation agreements. And then finally, I'll just touch on fair compensation and level playing field. So one, as I mentioned already, payments are for incrementality. Avoiding double payment, right? So not just the fact that it's incremental, but not paying twice for it. And I think that ties not only to just payments like NEM, but also, for example, rate incentives. So Eric touched on the idea of demand charges. If you're already being compensated through rate reductions by shaping your deliveries around the critical hours, are you really doing anything different if we're counting that now as RA? And should you be paid twice, or are you already being paid for that energy through a rate reduction? Would you be paid again as a delivery of wholesale energy? That's an issue that really needs to be addressed. And finally, I'll just touch on in front of the meter versus behind the meter. So I think Stephanie was accurate in thinking about, and I agree with her thinking about, gee, if we're going to have a similar counting methodology, whether let's say a battery is behind a meter or in front of a meter, but then we also need to make sure we have the same obligations, right? So in order to be counted the same for RA, you also have to function the same. And so to the extent that there are bidding obligations to the CAISO, to the extent that there's interconnection and deliverability studies that need to be done, if behind the meters can do all of that, then I don't see why that would be any different. And I think it's important because we don't want to create a strange incentive where if you take the same resource and put it behind the meter, you have a much simpler, let's say, interconnection process than if you take that resource and put it in front of the meter. But you have the same counting for RA, and that can create some very strange incentives. So with that, I'll just jump to my second slide and just touch on what I think are some of the key issues. So we've touched on incrementality. Is it part of the load forecast? Have customers already paid for the benefit? And again, retail, NEM, other issues like that. Reliability, operational contractual requirements do behind the meter resources have? How do they compare to traditional resources? And I do want to note one sort of nuance here, which is when we think about traditional resources, we're really looking at needs. And when we think about this as a 1 megawatt or 5 megawatt or 10 megawatt power plant, we're always thinking, as I think someone said earlier in the day, that they're not 100% reliable. And so we do have reserve margin that's sort of built into the RA program. As we think about resources that are partially doing demand response or demand reduction showing up on the load side, but partially discharging, we need to make sure that we're calculating the reserve margin correctly. And a very simple example is if there's 1 megawatt of export, but there's 2 megawatts of demand response, to the extent that that one resource is unable on a given day to participate, the net effect on the grid is really 3 megawatts, not 1. But the RA program would count that 1 with an incremental reserve margin. So we're going to need to work through issues like that. Load forecasting. So again, I think we've touched on this. Visibility and control. So are the resources studying a way to look at export? We've talked about that a bit. It's a safety issue, but it's also a deliverability issue. And I would just note that I think there were some comments earlier that, to the extent that these are very small scale resources, maybe that's not needed. The power would just be naturally absorbed within the distribution grid. I think Eric made the point of saying that may be true in, let's say, a dense urban environment where there's a lot of local load. That may not be true for something that's developed in a more of a rural area or an area with lower load. I would also note that as we think about these programs, are we really thinking about how to do, and I think Ed said this, small things that are relatively low risk to really test this, and maybe in those circumstances we would be more flexible. But I think part of the goal of this whole process is to really think about how do we allow behind the meter resources to make a much bigger impact on system reliability. And so as we start to think about behind the meter resources contributing hundreds or maybe thousands of megawatts to the CAISO system, I think that idea of studying their deliverability can't be as easily dismissed, because once you start scaling to a size that starts to look like some of the larger in front of the meter resources, we really need to think about, are we studying them the same way? And again, I just note that, are we creating sort of weird incentives that the same resource of the same size put behind a meter is studied, and that exports is studied differently than one in front of the meter? So I think that's kind of the key issue. And then the last one is just customer costs. A lot of the behind the meter resources benefit from programs that are really paid for by all customers. So we think about SGIP, we think about the NEM program, even some of the public purpose programs that incent energy efficiency and other things. And so we really need to think about who's paying and who's getting the benefits. If, for example, if a resource is a NEM resource and has it received most of its compensation from NEM, if we give it an RA value, is the entity that bought RA and are the customers that paid for NEM or paid for SGIP, are they really the same customers? Are we creating cross subsidies between different programs, different load serving entities, et cetera? So I think that's just something we're going to need to think about, right? If you're getting compensated from SGIP, all customers are contributing to that, and you're creating RA that one load serving entity, for example, is buying. Is that fair? So I think that's, and I'll leave it there. Hopefully leave time for better dialogue in the Q&A portion.
Okay, thanks, Martin. Next, we have Rachel McMahon from Sunrun.
Hello, and thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in this workshop today. I thank the agencies for such a robust discussion. And you can leave it on this slide, please. My name is Rachel McMahon, and I'm on Sunrun's policy team. So Sunrun was founded in 2007 and has grown to become the nation's leading residential solar and storage provider with more than 500,000 customers in 22 states, Washington, D.C., and Puerto Rico. And we were founded in California, and California remains our largest market. I'm going to stay on for a little while. So for the last several years, Sunrun has been developing its virtual power plant business with aggregations of customer loads. The aggregations we are developing now are largely on multifamily housing that do not currently have storage technology installed. So we are managing the projects from soup to nuts, so helping them manage the incentives, BTM interconnection, et cetera. And this point is very relevant to the load forecasting discussion, which I will talk about later. These are true multiple use applications wherein Sunrun provides the host customer with bill savings and power for common areas such as laundry room, mailroom, lighting, et cetera. And Sunrun also provides dispatchable local capacity to the load serving entity, which in California, as reflected on this slide, includes municipal utilities, community choice aggregators, and most recently, an investor-owned utility, Southern California Edison. So Sunrun is a residential company entirely. So all the aforementioned are hybrid systems, solar plus storage, all located behind the meter, all in residential. So I think projects like these hold a lot of promise. And some of that promise, I think, has been demonstrated recently when more than 300,000 batteries discharged out of market on August 14th due to requests from the PUC and the CAISO to help meet a growing capacity emergency. But what makes developing these projects tough are the current restrictions on capacity valuation. So namely the restrictions on exports and baselining, which originated in the CAISO market, has been described well in this workshop, and then has extended to our resource valuation under load impact protocols at the Public Utilities Commission. And Sunrun is the virtual power plant that got its qualifying capacity approved for 2021 via the load impact protocol process this year, as mentioned by Alok Gupta, that was us. But through that process, from what I proposed, which was to get full value for our exports without the use of a baseline, to where we wound up, is about a 60 to 70% reduction in capacity value. I will note that a wholesale market operator is missing from this slide, and has been well covered in this workshop. Based on current market rules and design, it is suboptimal for our resources to be directly integrated into the wholesale market. And I want to thank Jill Powers in particular for laying the issues out so well. And an alternative pathway is to have the resource capacity and projected output reflected in the LSE's load forecast, as has been discussed by Lynn Marshall, as well as Simon and Alok and Stephanie. Now, before I advance into the prepared slides, I wanted to offer some comment on the discussion today, particularly the discussion before lunch. So first to Simon Baker's presentation. So first, I'm going to steal that graphic at some point. It certainly articulated the pathways very well. But he also asked a series of questions. So first, what are the challenges with existing market pathways? So I'll sum them up here. It's a lack of qualifying capacity methodology for behind the meter resources, and that's whether hybrids or behind the meter storage. Lack of ability to export. And to be clear, for exports, we care a lot less about obtaining value from exports of electricity to the wholesale market. We care a lot less about that than we do gaining capacity value for the full export. So it's the capacity payment that we care about, not so much the electricity payment. The application of the CAISO's baseline to behind the meter battery dispatch in response to events, called the MGO baseline. The interconnection process for exporting resources in CAISO, WDAT, and 24/7 participation requirements. And also there is a significant amount of financial risk and cost associated with achieving market participation, particularly for small resources. And the second question was, what would it take to alleviate those barriers? And in some, and I'll talk about this somewhat as I go through my presentation as well, but allow for exports under PDR, remove the baseline. Consider using Rule 21 for wholesale market participation. Our interpretation of FERC Order 2222 is that it clarified that a FERC jurisdictional interconnection process is not necessary for DER market participation. Therefore, ostensibly suggesting that the WDAT may not be necessary. And allow settlement on a non-24/7 basis. And finally, Simon asked about Path C, Path C as he described it, which is essentially a supply side resource that is not market integrated, but it's dispatch market informed, and what it would take to realize that path. So that is indeed the ideal from our perspective and what we have been advocating for. And I'll note that this is quite similar to the framework in which demand response programs, largely managed by investor and utilities, used to be accounted for in resource adequacy prior to bifurcation. Event-based demand response programs were not market integrated, but were considered supply side and dispatched in accordance with specific signals, some of which were CAISO market signals. Now, the first thing that we need to realize any market path is a clear capacity value for full output regardless of incentives. And I do think, and this was raised by both Simon and Alok, that it is indeed time to revisit Decision 15-11-042, including but not limited to the hard triggers. So the second point I wanted to respond to is on CAISO market participation, specifically DERP. So Chair Galitova talked about the DERP model demonstrating CAISO's leadership on DER integration, and then Mark Rothleader indicated that parties are interested in retail program participation, specifically NEM. So just a few comments here. So first, I agree that the creation of DERP was a very positive move, and many parties, including the CPUC, and full disclosure, I was a staff at the PUC when that was adopted, supported it. However, as you've heard today, the creation of a market model is not enough. So the absence of both capacity evaluation methodology and must offer obligation, along with WDAT interconnection and prohibitions on NEM, are all reasons why no one has participating. So it's not one single thing. A few panelists discussed the difficulty in figuring out a combined qualifying capacity value for resources that look and operate very differently from each other. And in no way do I mean to downplay the complexity of that, but I would suggest that starting with establishing a qualifying capacity value for behind the meter hybrids, as the agencies have done for front of meter hybrids, would be a great first step. And I think this goes along with Stephanie's point to make what movement we can. I don't mean to put words into her mouth, but I do agree with that, is to just get started and not worrying about everything being perfect. And finally, we interpret FERC Order 2222 as not prohibiting retail program and wholesale market dual participation, and so recommend that the CAISO consider re-examining its prohibition on NEM and DERP aggregations. Okay. Just a few more points before I get into my slides. And third, several parties have mentioned that load modifying demand response does not have resource adequacy value equivalent to supply side value. and that for any resource embedded in the forecast, the financial benefits of RA reduction flow to the load serving entity and not to the resource provider. I really want to highlight that last point and underline it. With this question and the question regarding interaction of SGIP and NEM incentives and TOU impacts and potential double compensation, which has been raised earlier, I'm concerned that there could be a conflation between, when we're specifically talking about the forecast and interaction with the forecast, that as we talk about it, I'm concerned there could be a conflation between the exercising of forecasting, planning, and accounting for these resources and compensating for those resources for a service on the other hand. And these are two distinct things. And I will talk about this a little bit more. And then finally, there was mentioned, I believe it was mentioned by Southern California Edison, so the lack of rules to separate out retail from wholesale charging and discharging for behind the meter batteries, thus complicating wholesale market participation and specifically wholesale market charging for behind the meter batteries. And I do agree that these rules should be developed. It's less of an issue for Sunrun, given that we have hybrid systems. However, I don't necessarily agree that we need super advanced metering in order to make this happen. So the station power rules for front of meter storage resources allow for estimation methodologies, and the same could be done for behind the meter. I will stop short of answering Alok's 10 questions and hope to have the opportunity to do so in comments. And the primary thing that I'm wondering right now that I hope can be addressed before the end of the workshop is what happens next after this? Will there be a roadmap and a timeline? Will remaining multiple use application issues be teed up in a proceeding? What happens next? So then for my remaining 5 minutes, I will go through some of the slides. So Lynn, could you forward one more? One more. Thank you. So in preparing for this workshop, I was asked to respond to the questions that were laid out in the Commission's 2020 June Resource Adequacy Decision. So Decision 20-06031. So I did exactly that. I took all 8 issues and put them in slides and put some initial responses to them. And I should say that these responses reflect Sunrun's responses, but also those of a broader distributed energy resource coalition that has been intervening in various places, including in Track 3A of the of R19-11-009. So I will go through these quickly. So the first issue is a forward determination of capacity associated with renewable production, consumption, charging, and export, and that being an issue that needed to be resolved. All that I will say here is it is not entirely clear to me why such a forward determination is necessary. I mean, for a hybrid resource, the solar in our case feeds the customer host load and charges the battery as a threshold matter for determining capacity value. That said, I can see in some instances, such as smoke cover, why this would be desirable, but it seems only in certain circumstances. The second issue that was included in the PUC's decision was resource adequacy requirements associated with customers providing capacity. And to be honest, it's unclear exactly what the concern is or if this concern still remains. It may not, as it wasn't mentioned today. So customers do provide capacity today, as we all know, in the form of demand response through load serving entity demand response programs, DRAM, load serving entity contracts. But of course, any resource adequacy requirements would likely differ based on whether the behind the meter resource is integrated into the wholesale market. Next slide. Okay. So I'll mention the first one. Wholesale market participation, including metering, dispatch control, and communication with CAISO. So this has been well discussed today. Pardon me. The one thing that I did want to mention is that, to clarify, is that Sunrun has advocated both to the CAISO, to the Energy Commission, and to the PUC. And we think ideally in the future, behind the meter hybrids and storage have the option to either be market integrated or market informed and not integrated into the market, but not necessarily both simultaneously. Let's see here. Okay. And then I'll go on to kind of the final point. So the cost for energy associated with consumption, charging, and export. So behind the meter storage systems currently charge at retail, whether or not they're directly participating in the CAISO market. So I did talk about this a little bit earlier, but the inability to differentiate wholesale versus retail costs for charging and export has another barrier that is prevented behind the meter storage from participating in NGR as DERP resources. And as I said earlier, this could be addressed with an accounting mechanism. Next slide. Okay, so this is a big issue that has been discussed several times today. So our view is that obligations to provide capacity will not result in double compensation, as neither credits for NEM nor SGIP incentives explicitly convey resource adequacy capacity service, nor do these programs contain the same resource performance, testing, availability, and dispatch obligations associated with a must-offer obligation, or associated with the provision of resource adequacy capacity, whether it's a must-offer obligation and the resources market integrated, or whether it has other obligations and is not market integrated. Also note that the Commission has thus not far established a universal incrementality framework for energy storage or hybrid resources. This is most relevant for resource adequacy services. Now, there is some positive precedent thus far. So first, the multiple use application framework. So the workshop report has been mentioned a few times today, but the Commission actually did adopt a framework. And Decision 18-01-033, which allows for coexistence of customer domain services, which includes things like TOU bill management, and incentives and services in other domains, including resource adequacy without constraint. It is true that the Commission needs to do more to develop the clear incrementality rules, but that was foundationally already set out. Next, the incrementality framework recommended in staff proposals in both the IDER proceeding and the recent CECI proposal, as well as initially in phase 2 of the microgrid docket. Both of those affirmed that distribution level or resiliency services, respectfully, are additional to SGIM or NEM participation. And then one final slide. I'm in my last minute. So I talked a bit about, I mentioned some points on this earlier. So as we understand the CEC's load adjustment process, it adjusts for load migration and trues up the DER forecast based on actual DER deployment on an ex post basis. So one thing I do want to highlight is not all customers will want to participate in an aggregation to provide dispatchable resource adequacy capacity to a utility. Some customers just want to install their battery and let it shape their load and, you know, have resiliency in the case of wildfires or what have you, or supply shortages, or they just want to generate their own power. So it isn't those customers are not necessarily the same, and it isn't, how do I say, it isn't necessary to redo the entire load forecasting process or make major modifications. I think now the task is more to surgically figure out how to take resources out of the forecast that are participating in a virtual power plant aggregation, particularly if there are projects like the ones that Sunrun is developing where the technology isn't there anyway. And so it isn't necessarily correct to assume when looking back and truing up the actual deployment of distributed energy resources, it isn't necessarily accurate to assume that that technology would have been there anyway, not for the virtual power plant. It wouldn't have been. Let's see here. It goes to my second point, which is that new behind the meter hybrid resources or storage should be treated as entirely new in the forecast. And the following 2 points I've made, and I do recognize that I'm over time. So I'll stop there.
Thanks, Rachel, and thanks for watching the time. Actually, compliments to everybody so far. You've been great on managing time. Next up, we have Matthew Tisdale from GridWorks.
Thanks, Ed. And I was just going to say, most of what I learned about this subject, I learned from Rachel over the years. So if you'd like for me to yield any of my time for her expertise, I'd be happy to do that.
Not necessary, but thank you.
All right. Very good. Well, good afternoon, everyone, and happy Thanksgiving. Happy early Thanksgiving to you all. I hope you're preparing for a safe holiday. And given that it's the season of gratitude, I want to express some gratitude to all of you for being so persistent on this subject that we're working through here today. Obviously, it's really complicated, and obviously it's of critical importance. But, you know, a lesser group of energy nerds probably would have given up on this 5 or 10 years ago, but not this group. We are like a dog with a bone, and we are going to figure this out. And so I'm happy to play a small part in that here today. My name is Matthew Tisdale. I'm the executive director of an organization called GridWorks. Before I took this job in 2017, I worked with many of you on behalf of the CPUC on many of these same issues. And since I joined GridWorks, I've had the opportunity to serve as lead facilitator of several working group efforts that were focused on this and related problems. So that's kind of a long and convoluted way of saying I've had enough time to make more of a difference on this subject, but I'm also happy that it's not too late. There's still more to do. Today I'll be presenting at the request of the Energy Division staff a paper called the Coordination of, could you go back one slide please, Lennon? Thanks. Coordination of Transmission and Distribution Operations in a High Distributed Energy Resource Electric Grid. This is a paper that emerged from a working group that collaborated in 2016 and 2017. It's been referenced by a couple of other speakers here today. The conclusions of this paper were derived from that working group that included the ISO, the distribution utilities, and several DER providers. And I'd like to particularly acknowledge the work of Marcus Guerra at PG&E and Lorenzo Christoph, who was then representing the California ISO, who served as lead authors of this paper. The focus of the paper I want to clarify is really on the flow of operational communications. So this isn't a paper about infrastructure planning or investment or some of the other issues that we've been dealing with today, but really it's focused on operations in real time. The bottom line takeaway from this paper is that a power grid relying on large numbers of diverse DERs to provide reliability service requires that the operators of the transmission and distribution system coordinate and communicate with each other in new ways. And that without doing so, it's going to be tough to maintain reliable operations of the respective systems. So in this sense, I think my presentation is addressing the second of Simon's first three questions that were outlined this morning. What would it take to make the existing pathways work? And the communications and operations side of that question. So I will highlight in my presentation the distinction between the transmission and distribution system and why that matters in this context. I'll then highlight a few challenges that grid operators are facing in integrating distributed energy resources. I'll state the objectives of achieving better coordination. I'll show what coordination between operators is happening today and which isn't. And we'll provide some recommendations on ways operators can communicate better going forward. Next slide, please. Just a couple of words on GridWorks. We're a mission-driven organization, 501c3. Like all of you, we believe that decarbonization of our economy is now more critical than ever and also within reach. But we recognize that getting there requires a good deal of understanding and agreement between advocates, energy providers, utilities, operators. And so what we work on is bringing these folks together and facilitating difficult discussions and collaborations between them to try to build that agreement. Our work has, as I just mentioned, contributed to this issue, but also a lot of related issues across the Western United States. And we're eager to be supportive of this process going forward. So next slide, please, Lennon. So the transmission and distribution grids are obviously connected, but they are distinct systems with inherently different structures, characteristics, functions, and operating principles. The simple diagram here, this lovely tree and picket fence art, shows how radial distribution circuits that make up the distribution grid offshoot from the networked transmission grid at a distribution substation, or what our paper refers to as the T&D interface. So to deliver the power to retail customers, the vast majority of distribution grids have a radial design that extends electric service to end users from a central substation, where energy flows down a circuit to serve the end use customers. In contrast, the transmission system is largely a mesh network designed to facilitate the injection and withdrawal of energy at multiple points in the network. So the transmission grid is designed with some extra redundancy that is there to minimize bulk power outages impacts and meet various reliability standards. As we've learned, the transmission grid is controlled by the ISO, the distribution grid by the utility distribution companies, and those interconnected DERs are owned and operated by their respective owners. The important point here is that the DERs use both the transmission and distribution system when they participate in the ISO wholesale market, providing reliability services. But they are interconnected at the distribution level. And it's also important to note that the ISO and the DER, in providing this critical reliability service, they typically have little to no visibility into the current status of the distribution system. So they're relying on the distribution system to deliver energy to customers anytime a distribution interconnected resource is dispatched, but they have very little visibility into that side of the D&D interface. The next slide. So some of the operational challenges that our paper notes. I'm going to be very brief on these so you all can go and do some reading if you'd like to get a little bit more. But what the group concluded was distribution systems are large and complex and have complex topology, and that impacts operations. The frequency of distribution outages and the use of switching configurations is a lot higher than I expected, and I learned a lot about that. But I think it's fair to say there's not a lot of blue sky days in distribution operations, and how you manage that with distributed energy resources is a challenge. Forecasting the short-term effects of DERs on gross and net load. Most DERs are still participating as self-dispatch load modifiers. So anticipating through forecast the impacts of that service on gross and net load is an area of challenge. We've mentioned a lack of visibility and situational awareness and control of distributed resources interconnected at the distribution level. And lastly, the effect of DERs on distribution system phase balancing and voltage regulation. So I won't belabor us with too much detail on those, but to say that overcoming these challenges will require operators of the transmission and distribution systems, as well as DER providers, to coordinate and communicate more closely. Next slide, please. The objectives of that coordination are threefold, and looking at it from the three perspectives of ISO, distribution operators, and DER providers. The first objective is providing the ISO predictability of distributed resource responses to dispatch instructions of the T&D interface. Second objective is ensuring a distribution operator understands the current and predicted behavior of DERs on its system to maintain reliability and safety. And lastly is allowing a DER to participate in all the markets for which it has the required performance and measurement capabilities, and to reasonably manage the risk of potential curtailment. So those are the reasons for pursuing this coordination. Next slide, please. So here's a picture of how we mapped the current coordination of transmission and distribution today. And by today, this is now about 3 years old, so I'd be curious if utilities or ISOs would offer any changes to this. But the diagram illustrates the key functional entities involved with DER participation in the ISO market and the existing communication and coordination links between those entities. The diagram is based on how demand response works, and the DR processes and procedures are generally understood and relatively similar through each IOU. Based upon the information flows that exist in this diagram, and as of our 2017 assessment, each entity involved lacks sufficient and complete information to really fully inform the decisions that they need to make. The ISO doesn't know if the distribution system can support the energy that it's dispatching from DERs. The distribution operator doesn't know when the ISO is dispatching DER, and therefore can't anticipate the impact of dispatch on the distribution system. And lastly, the DER provider doesn't know if the distribution system will be experiencing an outage or an abnormal configuration that may prevent the DER from fulfilling its obligation. So these are some major gaps in communications. I was heartened to see some of them have been addressed, at least manually and partially. This was reported by Jill in her presentation earlier, but I'd like to follow up on those. The report we've created, if we go to the next slide, recommended a couple of ways to fill this gap, these gaps I identified. This table shows 14 different information types. Who has the information as indicated by the check mark. And then we also show the number, with the numbered dots, the recommended new information exchanges between the various players, the ISO, utility transmission operators, distribution operators, and the DER providers. Some of these recommendations are near term, those are labeled NTE, and some of them are long term. I encourage you to spend a little bit of time with this table at your leisure, but I'm going to just highlight 3 pieces. First, the distribution operator could make available current system condition information to the distributed energy resource provider, ideally in advance of their submission of a bid to the ISO, so that the DER provider can adjust. Second, the ISO could make available distributed energy resource bids into the ISO to the distribution operator, giving that operator a chance to assess the feasibility of delivering the resource and being ready for it. And I would emphasize this is even more important under the FERC 2222 concept, which requires a transparent and non-discriminatory procedure for UDCs to override ISO dispatch if necessary for distribution system reliability. And lastly, we could equip with new information about the availability of the distribution system to support its delivery, DER providers, so that if they have that information, they can communicate any constraints on their availability to the ISO before the ISO dispatches and relies on them. So following these gaps are the ways we could fill these information gaps. We'll go to the next slide. The paper recommended 4 specific things. One was distribution operators should pilot processes that communicate advisory information on the system condition. Second is the ISO should initiate processes that provide day-ahead schedules to the distribution operator. Third was that the DER provider should communicate any necessary constraints on the DER performance to the ISO. And lastly, recognizing that these are aggregations of DER rather than individual DER, distribution utilities could assess the possibility of a pro forma integration agreement with aggregated DERs. And again, I want to acknowledge, it sounds like the utilities and ISO working together subsequent to the publishing of this paper have made some progress on these things. So I want to recognize that. Also, I heard that they would like to make more progress. And importantly, we're looking for more DERs participating in the market so that they could practice and exercise these processes that they've got in place. So next slide, please. That's going to conclude my presentation. I'll just conclude by saying thank you for the opportunity to contribute here. And it's my hope that we can all work together to be efficient and effective in working through this challenge going forward. We've spent a lot of time and energy on this together over the past years. I'm not sure how much we have to show for it. I think we have made some progress, but it feels like we have a lot more to go. So I'd like to invite you all and to raise my hand in thinking critically about what sort of process changes we might want to think about going forward so that we can make the most of our time and limited energy and getting to the bottom of this. That's all from me. Thanks, Ed.
Okay, thank you, Matthew, and perfect timing for you as well. Last, we have, for presentations, we have Stephen Costello from Cpuc. I always have to pause. I still want to call it ORA. I apologize for that.
That is okay. I think that's a lot of people. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Stephen Costello, and I work for the Public Advocates Office, formerly Office of Ratepayer Advocates, and many names in our past. For those who don't know, we advocate for the lowest possible utility rates consistent with safe, reliable service and consistent with the state's environmental goals. We're an independent part of the commission, and I work primarily on demand response programs, but I have experience working on other customer programs like net metering and SCHIP. So my comments today are going to be, should be understood in the frame that we're making sure that behind the meter resources are performing, if they're being treated like generation resources, they should be treated like other generator resources, in that they should be providing effective, reliable performance and compensated as such. I want to start with my first point is really that we should be taking a cautious approach when relying on demand response for reliability, particularly with third-party proxy demand response products. There is a history of varied performance within the ISO, excuse me. During the August heat wave, the Department of Market Monitoring just put up their report about the August and September heat waves and events today. So I got a chance to look at that this morning. And as far as bidding, it looks like on the 15th, when there were power outages, I don't know if anyone else lost power. I did. There were only about 53% of supply plan demand response resource adequacy was available to be dispatched. So that's concerning. And in the past, like working on DRAM, we've seen data from the DMM, Department of Market Monitoring at CAISO, showing varying rates of that supply plan, the third-party demand response products with rates in the low 20s, or as far as actual performance, sometimes they can be very close to 90. It's just sort of depending on which actor is performing, and I'm sure there are other factors, but what we care about is the reliability of that resource when it's called. If the ratepayers are paying for an RA product, it needs to perform the job that it's being compensated for. Right, and in that same vein, I think a lot of people have hit on this, but the rules and requirements really need to take into account the reality of what is needed to ensure reliability. I would recommend, I think I've heard this as well, that in the RA proceeding, there are requirements in place already as a good place to start. One thing I would sort of go over, I know there are concerns about testing possibly being expensive, but in the recent RA decision, basically there was quarterly testing for DR that matched up with the requirements of being an RA product, right? To qualify to provide RA, you need to be able to dispatch continuously for 4 hours. So a test that proves that an RA resource can do that is particularly important for a behind the meter resource like demand response because it doesn't have the physical sort of standards of a steel in the ground type generator. So there needs to be some assurance and protection for ratepayers. So I think kind of building off what we have is a good start. And my last sort of big point, we need to ensure that resources are compensated commensurate with the value they provide to the grid. Right? Not overcompensated and not undercompensated, which of course is easier said than done. But behind the meter resources, right, should not be double paid under programs like SCHIP or NEM, the net metering tariff. And I think particularly with NEM, one way to look at it is with the net metering tariff, right, that retail compensation has been so lucrative that there isn't really an incentive to participate in the wholesale market where maybe the value stream just is so much lower that there's no incentive to try and work within that framework and find ways to innovate and make that market profitable for the providers. Right now, we've started the next phase of NEM tariffs development, whatever that successor will be. So I think it's important in this proceeding and in these RA or microgrid proceedings that we're developing that wholesale path in parallel. I'm glad that we're all here talking about these ideas because right, when that retail market changes and evolves and moves into its next step, the wholesale market should be prepared to absorb and change and possibly right, provide that value stream that will drive innovation for providers so that right, providers can make the money they need while providing the capacity and energy that ratepayers need right, to live their lives. Along with the double payments and requirements, I think this is just already part of the CAISO tariff that to participate in RA, any programs that someone is participating in can't interfere with their RA obligations. So I think we need to think hard about something like SCHIP. Right? Recently, because SCHIP was contributing to increased greenhouse gas emissions, the commission adopted basically a GHG signal that SCHIP projects have to be responsive to ensure that right, any SCHIP projects going forward are contributing to California's climate goals. So I think it's important to consider those other requirements and making sure that they're not either interfering or they're not being compensated twice and doing the same thing that they would normally do, but getting paid some extra value for it. And last, on that note, I think it would be important to keep working to improve the different products that are available in the CAISO market and right, not basically creating like sub-products within demand response. Right? There's no compensation for generation and demand response because that is a load reduction product. And I think it would further confuse things to create separate categories within that. And hope that's not a route that we want to go down. And those are my points. Thank you all for listening, and hopefully we're not too tired.
Thank you, Stephen. I have a couple technical questions, but I'm just going to go ahead and hold those and open it up to the principals to see if there's any follow-up statements or questions from them.
Commissioner Randolph, I have a question. I want to get to some of the points that Ed made when he opened this panel, which is, that these are a lot of issues that we've been talking about for a while. So I kind of wanted to get feedback from the panelists about how you would prioritize and tackle the issues. For instance, sort of kind of approaching it from the load modifying space maybe seems like that might be a little, might have a little more low-hanging fruit than the supply side path. But I'm just curious if you were trying to design the next steps forward, if any of you had some thoughts.
So I'll take one first. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I apologize. I should have gone before you. So I think that the capacity evaluation issue should come first. And within that, there are a number of issues combined. So incrementality is part of it, as well as how to reconcile assumptions that are already in the load forecast. And so that sort of ties together all of the issues with qualifying capacity determination, as well as interaction with existing programs. And we've all kind of offered our views on that one, as well as interaction with the load forecasting process. So all of those together. Because from our perspective, how much the resource is worth is a major threshold question.
Okay, anyone else?
Commissioner, this is Matthew. I'm not sure if I'm going to put this as eloquently as I'd like, but I think there's a bit of sorting that needs to be done. Of the 25 issues that we could list here, which ones have we already been talking about for 10 years? And how much more are we going to gain from talking about them for another 5 years? Maybe there's just some judgment calls that need to be made among those issues, and that it would be nice to be able to dispense with some of the workload in that kind of way. The other screen you might put on the list of issues is which ones are we making progress on, and which ones can we really expect to continue making progress on if we keep talking and if we keep working at it. But I do think it's important to acknowledge here that some of this has been worked over and over and over again, and it may just be that there's not a super great solution, and that's when it comes back to folks with your unenviable job who get to either dispense disappointment or absorb risk, and that's just maybe what needs to be done.
And before we move on, I don't know if she was going to step up anyway. I would very much love to put Stephanie on the hot seat on this question as well, largely because East Bay Community Energy has spent a lot of time thinking about this and the best approaches on some of these issues, especially on that question that Commissioner Randolph asked about. Should we be focusing more of our time on these load modifying approaches or on some of these market-based approaches?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks. So I think that we would agree that it seems to be there's more of a path forward on the load modifying side. I do think that it's still important to think about how we're counting those resources and make sure that the resources are being counted appropriately. But it's also an opportunity to really demonstrate that with contractual obligations and with the right information. It seems like, you know, the CEC and kind of collectively the agencies could have the confidence to move forward with that approach, and maybe that gives us the data as far as the actual performance of these resources, and you know, maybe that helps us all kind of get a little bit more comfortable and make progress on some of the other issues on the supply side. I'll also, I think I echo both Matt and Rachel's comments, though it seems like, you know, there is kind of an initial step of laying out all these issues, and we can kind of, you know, bucket some, you know, some are kind of, you know, fully codependent. Some of them can kind of be peeled off, and a lot of them we've talked a lot about, and some we've made more progress than others. So I kind of think asking questions like, you know, is this problem specific to behind the meter hybrid resources? Is it specific to load mod or supply side? You know, so like, you know, it's easy to kind of come up with this laundry list of issues that then becomes really overwhelming. But if we kind of can chip away and leverage progress we've made in other places, then maybe there'll be an easier path forward.
That's great, thank you. Unless Commissioner Randolph has other questions, I think Commissioner McAllister has a few questions.
Yeah, really, thanks, Ed. I enjoyed the conversation. I wanted to say thanks to everybody for presenting. And I don't know how many decades of experience you have collectively with this, but feel your pain. And I guess I think this difference, you know, absolutely the load modifying and the, you know, event-based, they are obviously things that we can define. They are different. We can characterize them, and they have distinct value, and we need both. I guess the question I want to ask it has something to do with, like, can one, you know, it's the business model question kind of, can one entity that's working with customers and say we're investing in infrastructure to do, let's say, load modification type DR. Okay, so that customer has a certain comfort level with the daily in and out of doing load modification. And they do that for years, and it ends up going into the load forecast and influencing on that side. That's a good thing. That optimizes our system. So, but that infrastructure is now in place to automate, to manage. We've made that investment. And so in the case that an event comes around, you know, I guess it seems logical to me that, like, some number of dozens of times a year, or, you know, periodically in those cases, we collectively would benefit from calling on that resource to do something more and different and better and deeper in an event-based kind of mode. And so I guess the question is really to the providers, or those who work with the providers, is, you know, in terms of your value stack, how do you see your ability to navigate doing those two things, at least those two things, let's just keep it simple, as part of a value stack, you know, and manage those and be accountable for those, and, you know, kind of trying to get a sense of how manageable you think that binary system would be, that two-tiered system would be if it existed sort of in a seamless way. Yeah, so I think I'll wrap it up there. Sorry for the long question.
Sure. No, I'll take the question first, being the commercial provider on the panel. And just to make sure that I understand, Commissioner McAllister, so are you asking how we would layer load modifying services that we provide, say, to the host customer with supply side value streams like resource adequacy, as well as providing other services, and how we output our batteries to meet those obligations?
Yes. So you're going to have two value streams, and you're going to be helping them manage demand charges and everything behind the meter, you know, on a day-to-day basis. But then, bam, when there's a heat event or something, and you need capacity, or if it's in RA or not, you know, can you do that in a way that's accountable and transparent?
Yes, so we can, and I'm speaking for Sunrun's capabilities, so I don't know that every provider necessarily has these capabilities. The larger ones do. is that we do have the ability to program our customers' batteries remotely. So I mentioned the batteries that were the 30,000 batteries, not all of those were Sunruns, but the 30,000 batteries that were dispatched on August 14th in response to the heat storm. We didn't go and call all of our customers. We went in and reprogrammed their batteries so that they would dispatch. And we did it in such a way that it wouldn't be disruptive to the customer. But actually for our systems, the customers don't have the ability to manage their batteries on their own. We do it for them and optimize the batteries for them. And we do that all the time. And the technology is certainly advanced to be able to do that remotely all through the country. And I should say we do that all throughout the country. So we also participate in grid services programs on the East Coast. We participate in the ISO New England capacity market. And we do have that ability to dispatch remotely, and it is from our control systems that are embedded in the battery. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. And where do you feel like the current program environment or the kinds of issues we're talking about to enhance it, improve it, allow you to do that and with minimal transaction costs? And does it give you a way to realize that business model fully?
Well, we do it today in terms of the actual dispatch and communication with the battery. In terms of, and again, this depends on whether ultimately the path that is explored by the agencies is more the market-informed path or the market-integrated path, as I would call them for resource adequacy capacity. But if it is the market-integrated path, is just ensuring that all of the communication with the CAISO, like all the metering data, we would give our scheduling coordinator through SCME option to our DRP, so that essentially that the information that we have and are able to transmit meets the standards if we need to make any improvements, et cetera. So there will be some, what's the word that I'm looking for? Some coordination and work that needs to be done in that regard. But we don't see any major barriers as of right now. And I should also say, as I understand it, for participating in the ISO market, and Jill Powers did talk about this in her presentation, is that, I mean, each individual resource wouldn't be required to be metered, and it isn't today with demand response resources. So if that were required, or we were all required to individually get telemetry, obviously that would be a big barrier. So if those rules stay as they are, and we can communicate to the CAISO through an aggregator, through a scheduling coordinator, then we don't anticipate a huge amount of infrastructure will be needed, additional infrastructure will be needed.
Okay, great. I'm interested in Stephanie's answer to this question, just in the perspective of, from the perspective of, your customers are doing what they do. If they have behind-the-meter resources, maybe you fund them, maybe you don't. But does the idea that a battery or any resource that's behind the meter, is kind of up to the whims of the customer and how they want to manage their energy, does that cramp your style in terms of looking outside, on the utility side of the meter and the wholesale markets?
Yeah, so I think from our perspective, we come to an agreement with the provider as far as, what we expect the performance of the resources to be. And then to the extent that, in terms of providing a peak load reduction benefit or, reliability benefit, as far as there being other value streams available to the customer, then, that's something that we have less visibility into. And I think the provider is really the, best position to sort of manage those different services.
Okay, thanks to you both, and anybody else who wants to as well. Thank you.
Commissioner, I'll defer to the expertise of Stephanie and Rachel on this one, but I did want to just highlight that SMUD recently completed a value of solar and storage study that looked at some of these questions from a societal point of view and the relative value of the dispatch rights, of retaining the dispatch rights for the utility. And I'd encourage you to check that out if you want a recent and fresh and innovative approach to looking at the evaluation. It is a evaluation of solar storage study, so it's everyone's favorite task to throw shots at it. but it's a point of reference.
And before we move on to other questions, thank you for that. I mean, I'll take a little bit of the moderator's prerogative, and it's maybe more of an observation, but I'd love some feedback on it. Commissioner McAllister, I think your question focused largely on the technical ability that's already in place for these resources to provide multiple services or multiple values. I'm a little concerned about the customer's willingness or understanding on that to do that. And especially right now, and this will probably change over time, but right now behind the meter batteries are largely being marketed on a resiliency basis as backup power. And if they're providing these other services, they may not be able to provide backup power, especially since the points in time where the points of the year where we might need these other services are the same times of the year where PSPSs would be happening and people would want their batteries to be fully charged. And I'll note, one of Sunrun's competitors even has this automatic setting called storm mode, where if there's threat of outages, the battery automatically goes to full charge. And won't discharge so that it's there to be used only as backup power. So I do wonder, even if the capabilities are there, if you get customer backlash, if we wind up leaning on them too heavily.
Well, that's why I asked about the business model, because like if you have a contractual relationship with that customer, then they're deciding whether they are willing to play in those markets, and that's where the aggregator, the third party expertise comes in, because they have to manage that customer and deliver to the CAISO. Yeah, contractual obligations up and down. So I think the sine qua non is to have the technical infrastructure in place, but certainly it's all through markets and programs.
Yeah, and that's a really fair point. It's the expectations. And a question I had, it's both on this, but then also on, on moving to allowing to net export. As we have these conversations, are the stakeholders that are pushing for these, are we looking at this as a going forward for newly installed batteries, or are we looking at this for the currently installed batteries? And if so, do we agree that we may need to take different approaches for customers that are already in place that may have already had an interconnection agreement versus customers in the future who would be marketed with a different set of expectations, in which we could go through a different interconnection study to assure that they can provide those services. So that is actually a question I have, that if I'd be especially interested to hear from Sunrun, and from East Bay, who've been pushing for some of these changes to move quickly.
Sure. I'll take that one first. So I did talk to this a bit in my presentation, but at least for the aggregation, and I apologize, I have a lot of background noise and I don't know what it is, but the aggregations that Sunrun are developing today are largely new technology. So for the most part, these would largely be new resources. And we wouldn't necessarily advocate for the commission only focusing on new resources, because we would want to be able to use some of our existing fleet. And some customers are interested in providing services beyond their own load or beyond their neighborhood. And I realize that doesn't give you a clean answer, but in terms of the projects we're developing now, they're largely new, but we wouldn't want to preclude existing.
Yeah, I think that it also, ties into, what's the expectation regarding the dispatch of those resources now versus, for EBCE, where, we're contracting with providers to ensure that the resources are dispatching in a way that's consistent with our expectations and with our needs. And so to the extent that those agreements are not currently in place with existing resources, then it is possible that there could be some incremental value gained by kind of locking in that dispatch certainty. But I agree with Rachel. I think the focus is kind of on new resources moving forward.
That's helpful to hear. Mark, did you have a question?
Yeah, I think this discussion is very helpful, and I appreciate the mapping out the load modifier versus the supply side pathways. What it seems to me is that there is some commonality in terms of low-hanging fruit or certain least regrets things you'd want to do now to either support, and it seems like the load modifier is probably supportable in the near term, more direct, versus the supply side, which has some additional both visibility and control. But I'm wondering if there are some common themes of things that we should be doing now or requirements we should be building in now in place, knowing that these resources are coming on in large numbers, so we don't lose the opportunity to exercise either pathway in the longer term. Is there metering requirements that we should be imposing now? Are there control schemes or mechanisms that need to be in place at the battery or resource level for the behind the meter resources that we should be imposing now so that we can ultimately figure out both pathways potentially and not lose that opportunity?
And building on what Mark had said a little bit, this is Angelina, specifically referring also to Rachel and Matt Tisdale, and what they had said is in terms of, we've talked about this for a while. These are issues that are known. We know that we've got short-term, medium-term, long-term objectives, whether it's resilience, reliability in the short term and ensuring that we've got enough supply, we don't have the mistakes we made last summer, whether it's dispatchability in the shorter and medium term, and of course decarbonizing in the long term. And whether it's on the supply side or on the load modifying side, can we come up with, as Mark also pointed out, the pathways of commonality and have a schedule? Because not having a schedule that we're working towards or a product that this may result in that's a pathway, identifying some of the short-term, medium, and longer-term issues that we can list and work towards together in a uniform fashion to nail these down so that we can ensure that all avenues are open and that we can embrace behind-the-meter technologies to support the grid in, of course, a visible and operational way. Because otherwise, we could end up talking for another 10 years without having a program in place that allows us a clear path forward that everybody can be behind and that is consistent and homogeneous across all agencies and across the technologies as well. I mean, and if there's any impediments that do exist long-term, I was surprised to find out that, you know, some of our integration studies take 2 years, and even though we may have had a process of accelerating it, that seems to have stalled. Lorenzo alluded to that, so maybe there's some things that we can revisit as well that can quickly be knocked away and provide avenues for acceleration.
Yeah, and thank you for that, Chair Galitova. I think that having a schedule and prioritized actions from this process, I think would certainly help the DR industry stop bugging all three agencies to start talking about this topic, or at least go that far. But no, we would be very heartened to see that, and I agree. I mean, in order to get anything done, particularly something that is so complex and has so many arms and so on, is to create a plan and a schedule. So thank you for saying that, and Sunrun would certainly advocate for it. And Mark had asked for the issues that we need to resolve now. And as I was listening to the discussion this morning, there are a couple of things that pop out to my mind. So one is the DG deliverability process. And also and this could just be me not being entirely clear, but I hear a lot about, communication with the CAISO, and the CAISO doesn't have enough visibility and so on. I'd like to understand exactly how much visibility CAISO needs to a behind the meter resource participating in its market, and whether or not the existing models work. Like, does the SCME model work? Are you getting what you need? And if not, what else do you need in lieu of direct metering? So we can just put that one to bed. So within the CAISO's purview, I think it's that issue, as well as, and Angelina touched on this, but the DG deliverability study, expediting that in some way.
Just on the DG deliverability study, is it the 2 years, or is it was a year in terms of determining deliverability? It is run yearly, so I mean there is a process every year. Is it the 2 years that it takes to determine it? And is there any information that is available in a year that makes that deliverability study informational or actionable in the cases where there is latent deliverability? Have you explored that or thought about that?
I think that's best to follow up in a more detailed conversation. But what I will say is that for any project, and I have more experience actually in front of the meter than behind the meter, but even for front of the meter projects, waiting for 2 years to know whether or not your project will be deliverable, which I realize is kind of the normal course, is difficult for renewable energy projects on front of meter. For behind the meter, waiting for those 2 years is also quite challenging. So the extent to which it can be done in a year, I think, could be expedited, or maybe expedited or prioritized for projects that are needed for, like the emergency dispatch program that the commission is, and I don't want to cross over into another proceeding, but the commission is contemplating in its new OIR. So yeah, but I think this warrants a more detailed conversation.
Thank you.
And one point that I will say, sorry.
Go ahead.
One more point, and you both had touched on this, is that the load modifying path has significantly less low hanging fruit, is that if we go through that path, we don't have to worry about DG deliverability, because the capacity will actually be used in the load pocket. So.
Well, then going back to this proposal that you had also touched on, Rachel, and others, is kind of breaking down the issues, because this is so complex with so many interwoven parts. The issue is, how do we peel it and how do we unpack it to make sure that we can address the most timely issues quickly and knock them out, and then go to the others and have a schedule and a path forward. So would it make sense to put a framework together and a path of short-term action items, medium-term action items, and longer-term action items, see what falls into each category under which agency jurisdiction, what can be expedited quickly, what needs a little bit more work, and start putting those pieces together so that we can move and hopefully have a much more comprehensive approach for next summer that actually harnesses behind the meter and in front of the meter technologies to the maximum extent possible, because we're going to need them. That's a question for everyone, not just for Rachel. I'm sure Rachel will support it.
I do, but I'll let others speak.
And I think what you're getting at, which is something it's worth having further conversations among the agencies, is do we want to do a roadmap or action plan similar to we've done with other resources over time. Sometimes those have worked really well, and sometimes we spent more time putting into developing the action plan than we ever did in implementing the action plan.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is already in a couple of action plans I've written. So yeah. I'm not sure how much more another action plan is going to help. But to your point, Angelina, I think that there's a quick triaging exercise that needs to happen here as expeditiously as possible, especially if I think you rightly have your focus on next summer and having as many of these resources available for that as possible. And that can be done, and perhaps some of the many existing action plans could be leveraged toward that end.
And maybe if it's an action plan that all three agencies embrace and figure out what our actions are under that action plan, so we have ownership of specific items, and it's not a standalone, Met this Dale action plan, but it's something that everybody buys into and participates in.
I think that's a great segue to wrap things up. We're at 3:45. I did not leave any time for public questions. I look at the question and answer board. There is only one question. I will leave it to Simone or Lenan to give me directions on how we should proceed at this point in time.
Yeah, we did just get that a couple questions during this panel. If people in the audience would like to make comments, you could raise your hand, or if there are any additional comments from the panelists on any of the topics from the day. I think we can generally cover whatever remaining issues are outstanding.
Okay. My suggestion, since we are rolling into the final thing, which is like general questions and general comments, is maybe if we can address a few questions from the public over 5 minutes and then roll into the last session if the principals are okay with that approach. Which of course I can't see anybody nodding their heads.
Yeah. I'm good with that. I do have to leave at 4, but it seems like we're going to wrap this up and then do a general Q&A. So,
okay. Well, I'll keep an eye on the clock and make sure if you want to give a final statement before 4 that we can cut over to you at 3:55. Okay.
So the one question was in regard to incrementality from Dave Freibush. It said, should the question be whether a resource gets paid twice for potentially overlapping services, or should the resource, or would it be there at all were it not for access to both revenue sources? There's no response to that. There was a question for Stephanie from Eric Little. Did someone want to respond?
I can give it a shot. So incrementality question is that any separate services, I'm trying to remember the exact definition that was in the Commission's multiple use application decision, but in essence that any services that are provided would be measurable and distinct, whether or not they were overlapping. So we're not advocating for a resource getting paid twice for overlapping for the same service. I did raise the question of whether a resource would be there at all were it not for access to both revenue sources. That was more about its inclusion in the forecast and basically trying to, how do I say, challenge the assumption that the technology would have been installed anyway, and that's for new resources. So I'll take the example of, say we're developing an aggregation of solar and storage, or really frankly, we're aggregating the behind the meter storage on multifamily affordable housing in a particular sublab, or just multifamily housing in a particular sublab. And none of those units have storage before we start developing the project. But then we help them figure out the incentives, the interconnection, we get the offtake agreement with the load serving entity, we have an agreement with the customers about any services we'll provide to them, their obligations, et cetera. It isn't necessary, so from my perspective, it isn't necessarily accurate to assume that that technology would have existed anyway. It would have existed because of the RA payment. So that's because of the combination of the RA revenue stream and having a developer come in and actually build the projects out. Now, will that be true going forward, particularly if we remove a lot of these barriers and the market grows? Well, potentially not, but that's the point that I was trying to make there. But I think the question for incrementality is really a few. So first of all, with payment streams, what is actually being paid for? So is it service or payment? And then also the whether those services are distinct from each other. Hopefully that helped.
This was from Eric Little for Stephanie. Is Is the issue about BTM not counting in central procurement space really an issue of having a CPE, or is it really about whether BTM resources count for RA, either local or system? Seems the latter, as even without a central procurement entity, an LSE purchasing a BTM resource today would not count toward meeting its own RA requirement.
So I think that the distinction is that by having the central procurement entity procure local RA for all LSEs, we lose the ability to capture the full benefit of that local RA investment in our area to reduce our own peak. So, so I think we've talked about ways that the CEC is able to account for resources that can reduce LSE's peak on the load modification side, and then that in turn reduces RA obligations. If that RA obligation is directly for EBCE, then we see that full benefit. But because of the central procurement entity, that those same investments, the benefits of them are then kind of socialized across multiple LSEs.
Couple more questions from Arthur Hobenstock. How can metering or telemetry requirements minimize costs and complexity and maximize value and ease of deployment of BTMs?
Maybe Arthur has some ideas he could share with us. He's a smart guy.
Well, why don't we then, if this is kind of I don't mean this negatively, but a setup for Arthur to talk about this. Maybe when we get to the end, we can unmute him. Being mindful of time, I do want to make sure we do have some time to roll back over any principals who may need to leave at 4. So I'd suggest we move over there at this point.
I'll just jump in. Really, I don't have any summary, earth-shattering comments or anything. It's really enjoyed the conversation today. I'm excited to kind of have it articulated and certainly acknowledging the complexities. Looking forward to the kind of to-dos that come out of this and participating in those actions and ongoing conversations. So I do just want to highlight, I think it's critically important that the agencies work together on this and keep on the same page and speak the same language. We don't want, Mars, Venus, and Jupiter kinds of issues, really trying to keep it real and grounded in actual technology marketplace programs. And parse it properly so that we do not go down the double counting route and all that. But I'm really excited because I feel like there's a lot of technology that's coming down in cost and is accessible. And it is this distributed energy kind of democratization that's going on. And we can leverage that to keep costs down. And so really optimistic now that we can kind of get beyond the circular arguments that I think Matthew was referring to, and really kind of brass tacks build the system that's going to help take advantage of these investments that are happening in the world and aggregating them in ways that are rational and make sense and work with the marketplace from wholesale on down. So I'm an optimist, but I think it's doable on both sides of that ledger, supply and load modifying, as long as we're clear about what it is we're doing and what the expectations are. So anyway, hopeful that we can work this out. And looking forward to any additional conversation comes out after I leave here and to-do list to come out of it. So we exhort staff and stakeholders to think hard about the prioritization of those efforts. So thanks a lot for the opportunity to listen in, and really appreciate everyone's work putting this together, the presenters, and onward. Thank you.
Go ahead, Simone.
I was just going to ask if any of the other commissioners would like to speak.
This is Cliff Reck, and I don't have much to say beyond what Commissioner McAllister said. I do very much appreciate the spirit of this workshop. This was a need we identified in both earlier proceedings recently, and obviously it's been an ongoing need, as the panels have talked about. We've been working on this for many years, but we identified it very recently. We also highlighted it in conversations with our sister agencies. This is a very productive response to bring stakeholders and the agencies together to try to roll up our sleeves and find solutions. I don't know if an action plan, as Ed floated for a moment, is the right way to go, or if we've, as Matthew said, we've had enough action plans. We do need to figure out next steps for next summer, as a couple of people said, and otherwise the market's changing, customers are demanding more. Our grid needs us to be as flexible and as inclusive and as smart as possible. So I'm looking forward to figuring out what we do next to move this ball forward. What are the very specific things each of us needs to do to go forward? Thanks everybody for their great participation.
And Simone, are you going to take over emceeing from here, or do you want me to continue? And we've gotten a little off of just kind of the overall agenda, and are doing wrap-ups now, just for folks that go off of 4. But I believe we do have some time for public comments. I was going to hand it over to somebody else to manage the public comment.
Yes, I'm happy to manage it. If anyone from the attendees would like to make a comment, please raise your hand. We had one question about whether there was any intent to have gas storage hybrids behind the meter be eligible for RA, which could help with the cost of replacing diesel backup generation. I'm not sure if anyone would want to address that question.
Yeah, I'll address that somewhat broadly, just to go through a range of issues and remind folks that under most circumstances, fossil fuel backup generation cannot be used, to support a demand response program. So generally, the answer to that would be no. There are, some fact-specific situations. And if a party thought that those rules need to be revisited, I would just point them towards our PUC's rules of practice and procedures on, to figure out ways to raise those issues with the PUC.
I'm not seeing any additional questions or comments from the attendees. It's been a long day, so if we don't have anything else, I think we could wrap up early. Does anyone, please, if you're on a panelist, if you'd like to step forward and make a last comment, or a participant?
Thank you, everyone. This was very useful. The contributions were tremendous, and I do look forward to the next step, but I also look forward to having a framework which kind of outlines timelines and action items that we need to take, whether it's building on an existing action plan or building a new one and modifying it, so that we can all work together in unison to get to the end goal, and we're better coordinated, aligned, and focused. So look forward to working with industry, with sister agencies, and everyone else. Thank you so much.
I just want to thank the staff for their hard work in putting this together and for coordinating so well together, pulling this, all the presentations and the setting up of the issues and the program. We really appreciate your hard work in doing that.
I will note that Damon France has his hands raised if we want to give him a chance for public comment.
Well, he used to work for you, Ed, so it's really your call, right?
Thanks, Ed. I had a really hard time finding the hand raise button. It might be the smallest button that I've ever seen on any program. So thank you for accommodating my late comment, and thank you so much to you and the other participants for organizing and holding this workshop. I think this is a really important topic. And I just wanted to make a comment. We had a lot of discussion today about the pathways for demand response and behind the meter resource participation through the wholesale market and also through the behind the meter load modifying. And I just wanted to make the case that if you really want to get the maximum amount of value out of these resources, I really think there needs to be sort of both. And I don't mean that in the sense of kind of double counting or double compensating, but just want to put forth the following scenario. So we have a lot of customers who install behind the meter batteries for resiliency to help ride through power outages when the grid goes down. And those batteries are generally sized large enough that they're quite a bit bigger than the customer's usage at any given time. So one of the services that those batteries can provide is load shifting, that kind of daily in and out in response to time of use rates, filling in the belly of the duct, shaving the peak from 4 to 9. But the problem with using that as sort of the only pathway is one, there's a significant amount of battery capacity that wouldn't get used. It would only be about maybe 20% of the battery. And the second is that that is a very basic function for a very sophisticated machine that is capable of monitoring and responding to grid conditions in real time and can really actually provide very sort of precise and valuable peaking capacity on those days when the grid is very strained, like the heat wave we had this summer. And you may have peaks that actually, according to the time of use periods, occur on the off-peak period when the battery would normally be charging. And so the ideal situation, I think, for these resources would be to allow them to do some daily load shifting in response to time of use rates, but also to have a certain amount of capacity that is committed to the wholesale market and that responds to those grid conditions, so that when we see those events coming on a day-ahead basis, we can commit those batteries to dispatching very precisely during those times when you might be running really emissive peaker plants, or the peak might happen earlier in the day than you would expect, and to be committed to the wholesale market. And so going forward, as we think about these things, I just think it might make sense to think about how we can maximize the value of those batteries. And I think trying to unlock those two value streams is a laudable kind of goal. So thanks again for taking the time up today.
Thanks, Damon. If there are no further comments, we can wrap up now. We will be posting the recording and slides to the CPUC website.
Simone, there is another hand up. Or I guess it went down.
Look forward to continuing to work with you on these issues in the resource adequacy proceeding and other proceedings in the future. Thank you.
Simone, thank you. Really quickly, will there be an opportunity for comment on this workshop? There was this part of the original track 3 schedule, but then the workshop got delayed and I don't think a new comment deadline was articulated.
There should be a scoping memo for track 4 coming out shortly. So I would think that this would, since it was not part of the 3A decision, I think it would probably move over to track 4.
Okay, thank you.
All right, well, I think Simone's tried to wrap up 3 times now. So Simone, we will give you permission to wrap the whole thing up. I too want to thank all the principals who were involved, and really want to thank the staff from all the agencies for putting this together. It was a lot of work and an excellent day.